Hi, I'm Jason Shawn Alexander. This is Comic-Con. This was the opening ceremonies. See you in a bit. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Comic-Con 2020. This is the first time I've done anything like this. We all have kind of a tight schedule, so we're just going to kind of move right through it. And so the first thing we're doing today is I have Jim Mahfood live and in person, not in person. He's in Oregon. And without further ado, let's just go ahead and get to Jim. Mahfood.
Yes. What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm good.
Check it out. #1 dad.
Maybe.
I did it for you.
Oh.
Hey, congrats, by the way, on the birth of your son, man. I haven't seen you, obviously, since then. So the family's growing. Everyone looks healthy and beautiful. And how's all that going?
We just see each other's lives through social media.
Pretty much.
No, good, hectic, crazy. What about you?
I'm good, dude. I'm just using this opportunity, man, to like hide out and make work. I mean, yeah. I sort of knew this was going to be a work year anyway, and then being forced into that, it's just kind of like trying to make lemons into lemonade type situation. But I mean, cool projects are happening, man. It's bizarre to have them happening during the weirdest shit ever.
It makes sense why they're happening, though, because we're all kind of forced to stay home and do them.
Yeah.
so like, you have nothing to do but work. And then, there's been moments of feeling almost kind of bad during the pandemic because I'm kind of doing, we're doing bigger projects. We kind of coming out of this with bigger projects than we had when we went in.
Right. I know it. And also, man, I mean, just watching like the intro to your video, it's like everyone is stepping up their game in such a way where with the video stuff, the Zoom stuff, communicating with fans in a way, everyone's adapting, you know what I mean? And it's one of those things where it's sort of like, why didn't we do this before? Like I've been doing these Zoom videos with Shawn Crystal on his YouTube page, Ink Pulp podcast on YouTube. And it's like inking videos, us hanging out. And it's one of those things of like, why didn't we do this before? Like we now that we have it, we're going to stick with it. It's cool. Yeah. But it's just one of those things of like, I'm trying to see the positive side of all this shit. So it's like, there are cool things happening in that regard of all of us adapting is what I'm saying,
Absolutely. Like, if you don't, then you're just sitting at home pissed off at the world and not doing anything.
Right.
So, what is the speaking of projects though, what is the Sorcerers thing for Neotext?
Yeah, those guys are a new publishing company out of New York. They approached me about doing illustrations for this new novel called Sorcerers, which the concept is awesome, dude. It's like gangster rap meets the occult is basically how I would describe it. So after reading it, I immediately was like, okay, I'm on board. What do you need me to do? And they just wanted to do like old fashioned full page illustrations in this novel. It's like digital release only right now. But they've got big names coming in to start working with them. And obviously they're trying to create new IP that can be turned into movies and TV. Like everyone's doing that. It's not a secret. The people that are doing it. But these guys are coming out with some pretty cool projects and working with lots of like indie creators. And they announced it, like the Hollywood Reporter picked it up and announced it. And I mean, they've got like Bill Sienkiewicz and Ho Chi Anderson and a couple, big people lined up to do stuff. But for me, man, you know how I like to work. Like, I just want to be left alone to do my crazy shit. And John and everybody involved was like, read it. And then we need like 15 illustrations, I think I did. And they're like, that's up to you what those are. And like designing the characters, that's all on you. So I didn't have to turn in character designs or anything. It was sort of like, here's the finished illustrations. Hope you like them. And that was sort of it. And so I have a good relationship with those guys. And I mean, I think the editors and art directors I work with that just leave me alone, that's the best work that I produce when I'm just, and I mean, you're the same way, right?
Oh, I turned in final pages for the 2 years on Spawn. I would just turn in final pages. I never turned in pencils or layouts or anything. And if there's corrections, then you're stuck doing corrections. But for the most part, I just Todd just gave that freedom of like, make the book. Here's the story.
Yeah. How was that? I mean, dude, you did a big run. I have all the issues of your Spawn run. You were on the book for over, was it 2 years?
2 years.
Okay.
26 issues. Did
it feel weird leaving? Like it was like an epic kind of goodbye?
It did. It was a planned leave. It wasn't like, cool, I'm out. Like I let him know like a little bit beforehand. I thanked him for the opportunity, and it was all just amazing. And now it's time to go do create our own stuff. So it's not like you can get mad at that.
Right.
Somebody leaving work for hire to go to do create our own.
You kept it in the family.
Yeah.
In the family. I got these from Image, man. The whole collected book. It's awesome seeing it under one cover. It's great piece of work, man.
And Girl Scouts has one trade, but what about the second arc?
I have available at jimmahfood.com, you guys.
There you go.
I'm working on the new series right now. I have 2 issues totally done. It's going great. I'm excited about it. I'm writing, drawing, lettering, and coloring this one. So it's like so much work, but so fun, man, and so crazy. I'll have to send you pages. I've been sending them to a couple people, and everyone's like, fucking nuts. Looks great. Like, do your thing. So I've been in this like creator-owned groove, man, of like I'm doing the comic, and then we're working on the animated pilot at the same time. And I can't really say much about it, but I can say we got the green light to start the pilot like right when the pandemic, right when quarantine hit.
Yeah.
So like animation is in full swing right now and experiencing a huge boom, obviously.
Yeah.
All this stuff can be made from people's homes. So the corporation that bought the show was like, you guys have the green light, start making the pilot. We're working with one of the best animation studios in LA. And we hired one of the most legendary animation directors to direct the pilot. I'll tell you all these names as soon as the stream stops. I wish I could announce it, but I just can't. I signed like 100 NDAs with these people of like, can't say much. But what I can say is like, we're having a blast, and I'm learning how to be an executive producer.
Yeah.
Like that's my title, and co-writing and stuff, and obviously visual development and design. So I'm just sort of figuring this out as I go along, man. But I'm just like throwing my weight around, abusing my power, bossing people around. I'm joking. But no, we're having a blast. What was that?
There's going to be a lot of comic creators turned executive producer by the end of all this.
Oh God. Yeah. But it's cool, man. We're trying to make something really good. And my friend Rob Schraub, the guy who created the Scud comics back in the 90s,
Oh, yeah.
and who co-created Sarah Silverman's program with Dan Harmon. And he's a renowned director, storyteller, artist guy. He's writing on Rick and Morty right now. His wife, Kate Freund, is actually our head writer on Girl Scouts. So her and I are working on everything together and having a blast because she has the sensibility of like old movies, Grindhouse, old animation, comics. You know, she has like the knowledge of how to make this the right thing it needs to be.
Nice.
So luckily, you know, like we're finding the right people and we're just kind of going for it. But so far, so good.
Yeah. There's always there's with all the similarities, there's such a different like pacing. There's different subtleties in the storytelling between film and comics. It's always good to have somebody who knows that stuff to kind of do to adapt.
Yeah. One of the things I'm learning is obviously film, animation, all that. It's all so collaborative that you, like me as the creator of Girl Scouts, I've sort of had to learn how to like put my ego to the side.
I was about to say, that's got to be hard for you. I mean, not the ego part, just the not.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, when we create our own stuff,
yeah,
it's like that's your baby, and it's like I know the voices of these characters, I know the tone of what this needs to be. So having other people throw their opinions in and weigh in on certain things, I've sort of had to learn how to collaborate more.
Right.
But then on the flip side of that, dude, I'm writing and drawing the comic series. And that's the thing that I'm like, okay, with this, I can do whatever the hell I want. And I don't have to answer to anyone. So I kind of have this nice balance going on right now of like collaborative Girl Scouts thing and then independent Girl Scouts thing. That's all me. And they can both exist. They can just both be their own thing.
Yeah.
So that's the way I'm approaching it.
There was remember the Fountain, Aronofsky had did the graphic novel with Ken Williams, and that was the unedited script, because you know, so essentially like he has this his original vision still exists forever on a bookshelf,
right?
You know, and then there's also the film. But yeah, it's nice to have the two. They have different personalities.
Yeah, I love that book, man. That Kent's painted Fountain book. That is, I mean, goes without saying, it's ridiculous. Dude, one of the things that like, I've been reading the old Ninja Turtles comics, the black and white original, like Mirage Studio ones. And they had this thing in the beginning of each issue called Turtle Tracks, where they're like talking to their audience about what's going on in the Ninja Turtles world. And there was one from Kevin Eastman right when the Turtles were starting to blow up as a cartoon and the toys, where he said, hey, we're starting to get some shit at Comic-Cons from some of you guys about having like the cereal boxes at our table and the toys stuff. And he's like, let me make this perfectly clear. There can be two different turtle universes. There can still be the black and white, edgy, violent comic that you love that we're going to continue to do. And then there's another universe of this like all ages kiddie cartoon show where they're eating pizza and there's cereal and merch. And he's like, we're not going to apologize for that. We're going to have both universes existing. And that's just what we're doing. And if you don't like it, sorry. So like after reading that, I was kind of like, that's a cool mentality of approaching a creator owned IP and having it get turned into something else. It's like, just keep your own pure version of it, which for me is the comic. And then the other thing is the collaborative thing that's its own separate universe or whatever. So, you know, when it comes time to do like your empty zone movie or TV show or HBO series, whatever you're going to do, it's like, I'm assuming hopefully you'll still be able to do the comic and the comic will be your vision.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as I can always make what I want to make, you know, like, you know, in the comics format, I've always thought like if ever, you know, at options or goes on to be another thing. I'm like, people were asking like, wouldn't you be nervous? It's your baby. I'm like, it's got to be reinterpreted anyway. And like, let somebody else do something amazing with it. I've got my comic. So yeah. I know no matter what, my vision will always be, it will always exist, but yeah, fuck it. And the other stuff, just let them make TV.
Yeah, it's a whole. I said I wasn't going to work with Hollywood anymore, man, and then this production company like dangled the carrot in front of me, and there's a Oscar nominated actress and her husband are involved as producers, and once they told me she was a fan of the book and wanted to be involved, I was like, okay, let's go for it. Let's try. So we'll see what happens, but it's always one of those things of certain aspects of this are always out of your hands as the creator. Yeah. So
you can only do the best work you can do, and other than that, that's it's only the only thing you can control.
Yeah. It's but no, it feels good to be like, I wake up every day and I know what I have to do. I mean, I'm drawing comics, and then like I said, I'm almost doing like once a week Zoom thing with Shawn Crystal where we're inking other people's work, like Mike Mignola or Walt Simonson. And then I've been taking those, man, and putting them on eBay and auctioning them off for this organization on the East Coast called queensfeedshospitals.com. And so all the money goes to medical workers on the East Coast.
Oh, wow.
Which is awesome. So we've been doing that. And then we even got to the point, dude, where we have like Klaus Janson and Tim Sale in the Zooms with us and, inking with us, or we're interviewing them, so we need to get
insane.
We need to get you involved in one of these if you have time.
I can spill a whole lot of ink on stuff. Yes.
You should, dude. I miss
Mignola book, by the way.
What's that?
You and Mignola should just totally do a book, though. Like your inks on some of those pencils, I thought were fantastic.
Oh, thanks. I would love that. I got nervous because I sent him the images on Facebook to get his approval and to ask him if it was okay to auction these off with 100% of the money being donated. And he was like, yeah, I love what you're doing. He's like, yeah, go for it. He's like, I can't put it on my eBay auction because we're too busy with the hundreds of drawings that I'm doing, which you've seen those drawings, right?
He did like 100 drawings.
Dude, one thing the pandemic has proved, and I was talking to a couple other people about this, is Mike Mignola is like the best drawer in the world, right? He's the best. I mean, him doing like serial characters in his style and like HR Puffin stuff. And when it got to that level, I was like, Mignola's the best guy out there,
Yeah. It was just that level of like, every fan got the answer of like, wouldn't it be cool if you saw Mike draw this? And you got to see it.
Right.
More than likely, he hit whatever it is you were asking for.
It's amazing. So I really miss setting up next to you at conventions, man. I mean, this is one version of doing that. So basically, you're doing a whole weekend you're going to do live drawing demos, but then you're also doing like portfolio reviews. And how does all that work?
Portfolio reviews are right after our chat. And
cool.
They're like 6-10-minute reviews. And I'm going to do them live here. People will see the art, and I'm just going to probably rip people a new ass every 10 minutes.
Get ready, kids.
Get ready. I don't care if you're 12 or you're 40 and you draw like you're 12, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
And then after that, we give like 30-minute breaks in between. So it feels like a show. Like I'm not leaving this room until the 3 or 4 hours is over. And then Denora looked at me kind of crazy. I'm like, dude, I don't leave the table for 8 hours at an actual show.
Yeah.
So, a few hours of talking to you, and then, I'll end today doing an hour and a half of drawing And then that'll be it for the day. And then tomorrow we do a whole new thing.
That's cool. And man, if you're in New York, it's 12 hours on the convention floor. We usually get there at 8 a.m. and their artist alley stays open till 8 p.m. So you and I, for 4 days in a row in New York, are usually at a con 12 hours a day for 4 days straight. And going back to the portfolio review thing, I've seen you do portfolio reviews in person, and it's like, that's a valuable thing. Like if you guys are out there waiting to get your portfolio reviewed by this guy, that's good, because it's like you have the technical knowledge. I work so instinctually and abstractly that I sometimes don't know what to tell people when they show me their work.
Right.
So whenever I'm at a con and I'm sitting next to you or Mike Huddleston, I'm always like, your work looks good. I'm like, you should talk to this guy.
You do.
You should talk like I'm just a weird, crazy guy who's like splattering ink and shit. Like, talk to the guy who really has like the painting chops and the technical, I mean, I don't know how nice people want me to be. It's like, do you want my honest opinion, or do you want me to just say, polish your skills and try again? Or do you know what I mean?
I gave up with trying to figure out what they want me to say. And I'm like, look, you know what? If you really want to have your work improve, I'm going to, even if I like most of it, I'm going to find something that you can kind of, because I can go back, the last issue of Philadelphia and find something I can work on.
Yes.
So there's always something. So as long as people don't take it personally, or if they do, because they're not on the other side of the table, they're way far away.
Right.
we can say whatever we want, and it's safer.
Definitely. Dalton is commenting, thank you for suffering through 12 hours for 4 days to visit New York. It's worth
it to go to New York.
I love New York. It's not suffering. It's just, I'm joking, but it is intense, man. It's like, it becomes like a surreal mind space to be in, to just have like all the white noise of a convention around you, and you're trying to do drawings and you're selling and like swiping people's credit cards. And I love it, but it's also like
anybody. I was telling my friend Nicole yesterday, I'm like, anybody that would see like our booth, you're the one sitting there drawing, because you're just collecting commissions like by the dozens each day. And I don't sit. I just stand the entire goddamn 10 hours or so that we're there. And that's pretty much how it is most of the day, because I do most of my commissions at the room at night. But Jim here can do it all. He's literally making sales, answering people's questions, listening to story ideas, while he's drawing like Ghost Rider and all this other stuff, and doing full like painted mixed media pieces at the table while answering questions and selling self-published comics and all that stuff. Like there's a really nice part to, you heard him talk a second ago about the executive producer and his stuff getting optioned and they're starting into production. Like, it's great to have the self-promoting, self-starting background, like Mahfood here is going to, be rich pretty soon and just have all of these shows and all that. And he's probably still going to be drawing, 11 commissions a day at a show.
If I get rich, would you think it was weird if I start showing up to cons with like a fur coat and gold chains? Like, what would you?
I don't think you should be rich to do that. I think you should just
just do that anyway. I'm serious, man. We've talked about it in the past, but I do want to do a convention and a live art event at some point where all of us dress in cosplay. Like, all of us dress as like Spider-Man or Batman. Adam Maloney, what up, dude? Good to see you. But I'm serious, man. Like, think about it. I don't know what conventions will happen again. We have a long time to plan this, maybe. But me, you, Dave Crossan, what up? Shout out to Kingdom.
Yeah,
that's a Spider-Man. That's my go-to. Either that or Batman.
I'll go as any like Lobster Johnson or was it Mysterio? Anybody that has a dome.
Yes. Yeah.
Anybody's gonna keep me safe.
It's funny, man. You mentioned like the hustling independent thing because in quarantine or whatever, I've been like cleaning my house like everyone, going through my studio, and like last week I went through literally all my original art files and all my old bins of I still have like my entire mini comics collection that people have given me minis over the last 23 years of doing conventions. I still have all that stuff, and seeing the zines that we were making in art school, and it is like crazy to see it all in like one stack of like, oh, okay, this started off like this, and then this led to this, and this, and then, but we all started off in some form or another, like doing just this crazy, super DIY underground shit, right?
Absolutely, and especially if you're like us and you didn't just get in on the franchise stuff, early on and start at like, long issues of X-Men and stuff like that. If you started like us, we were self-publishing and making shit, and then you cut to 25 years later and you look back, you're like, we made a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And then I wanted to ask you.
We need to get a full bibliography of you. Like,
I know
you need to post it someplace. Is that possible? Everything you've done.
I need like an assistant to come in and do that. But I have some of your empty zones from the Serious era.
Yes.
Serious Comics. What did you do something even before that? Like, what was your very first published thing?
Published? I self-published first, but then the first published thing was the first 4-issue miniseries of Empty Zone through Serious. And then I think it was either I did the second one or I did Poison Elves next.
Oh yeah.
So,
but there
no, I did both. I did 2 full Empty Zone stories, a 4-issue and an 8-issue, and then I did Elves.
Okay.
Poison kind.
But there was right. But there was a self-published Empty Zone before the Serious Empty Zone.
Yeah, it was an anthology called Section 8.
Shit. Okay. Okay.
Empty Zone made its first appearance in there in 1998.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
You were around the same time though, didn't we start or have published? You did Girl Scouts in 98.
Yeah. I self-published Girl Scouts, the original spelling, GIRL, in art school in 95. And then the first Girl Scouts with the GRRL spelling came out through Oni in 98. Clerks was 97, and then I did Girl Scouts after Clerks. So I started technically in 97 was like my debut as Clerks, Generation X Underground from Marvel, and then Girl Scouts and all the Oni stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we were it was that era, man. It was like, because we're the same age, so it was like that late 90s, early 2000s era, and setting up at San Diego Comic-Con, I was either sitting with Oni or with Scott Morse. I think we started doing the live art parties in like 99 or 2000. And then you and I connected officially in 06?
Somewhere around there, yeah. 06 or 07.
And then
yeah, the funny part, we met through email or something like that, and you did a t-shirt design for a company I was trying to get up going at the time. But then we also discovered that you and I we were visiting the same bar, the Dime, quite often at the same time, and never bumped into each other.
Yeah.
And it's a tiny bar. Anybody who's like, it's a very small bar. So the idea that for the better part of a year, 2 comic book artists could just be in there and never bump into each other is ridiculous.
Super weird. Yeah, it took some.
Just very drunk.
That could be it too. Man, yeah, it's is the Dime still around?
I don't know.
Okay.
When I moved from that area, I kept getting frustrated. This shows what time of years it was, because they kept shutting down to film episodes of Entourage.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
Yeah, so I would walk 20 minutes to the bar because I'm a responsible drinker, and then I would sit there and see the sign. I'm like, God damn it!
Did you run into
across the street to Cantors and drink?
Did you run into Turtle and
No.
Matt Dillon's brother, whoever that guy was? You know what I'm talking about?
I saw a good amount of actors there. The one guy that kind of stood out seeing there was the oh, and I feel horrible now because I'm going to forget his name, but he was one of the early UFC fighters, big white guy with a mohawk. And after a while,
Josh, part of one of Alan Amato's homies.
No, this was kind of early on. I want to say, God, did he have ice in his name? What was his name?
Chuck Liddell?
Chuck Liddell. No, it was another guy. But wait, Chuck Liddell, I think. Shit, maybe it was Chuck Liddell. Yeah. But yeah, the dime was a nice spot.
It was awesome.
It's still there. I hope it's still there.
So, Philadelphia,
Yeah.
Can you announce what you're working on next? Are you doing more of this, or is it too early to tell? Too early to say?
I'm on the art chores for issue 8 right now of Philadelphia, the second arc. That has been optioned for screen. And I'm working on the second arc for that one. The second arc is going to have kind of a little surprise in the back of it. And but no, Rodney and I have just got 2 other projects through Image greenlit.
Oh, cool.
So Philadelphia continues, and then we have another project that's going to be sci-fi, and then there's another horror project that's a spin-off of Philadelphia.
Congrats. That's awesome, dude.
Making comics.
I love it. Hey, man, what was the huge Batman painting you were working on that you were posting?
Yeah. I did a huge Batman commission painting, and I've actually been like digitally tweaking it to do as a print, but yeah, it was 100 and like, sometimes in this industry you can trade work, with other people. So for all of, so I trade with Brent Ash, who designed my JSA logo. That's badass. And
yes,
Brent did all the work for like when Ashwood first started doing stuff with McFarlane, he did all that design work. You know who Brent is.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome.
And so for for design work in Philadelphia stuff, I did a 109-inch Batman painting for him.
Holy shit, that's awesome. Well, he did a great job with the trade, so it's like that's a good a good exchange. That's a good trade.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. That's great.
Is there, Nicole, do you want to put up, if anybody listening wants to have a comment or a question for Mr. Mahfood, I'm going to be here the whole time, so skip me, like this guy or this guy. There we go. We can have some questions from the group. That said, I love this spot. Like for me, it's still the new spot because Mahfood, you moved a few years ago?
2.5 years ago?
2.5 years ago. To me, it's still like, oh, that's Mahfood's new spot. That's still...
It is new. It is new. I haven't really had a chance to explore much of Portland, man, because I move in and then I'm here drawing all day, like we normally do, traveling, and then this year hit, obviously, and so I'm just at home. So it's like,
are you socializing at all? Like, with whether with precautions or whatever, but like, do you see anyone in person?
I see my homie Stephen Green, who he's a brilliant artist, does a book at Image called Sea of Stars that Jason Aaron is writing. He lives in my neighborhood, and like once a week we go to an outdoor like food cart area. And everyone's wearing their masks. You order your food, you sit down outside, and then you take your mask off, eat. So him and I catch up like once a week. But yeah, man, I haven't really been doing much in person socializing. And also I'm so busy, like with all the projects that are happening. Like I'm actually working my ass off this year.
Yeah.
So I sort of wake up, man, and I'm just here. I go for like a jog every day. I exercise, trying to eat right, whatever. But I'm basically just here working. And then my socializing, man, is I talk to my writing partner, Kate, on the Girl Scouts cartoon. I talk to her like almost every day because we have to work on stuff and figure shit out. And then I Zoom with Shawn Crystal at least once or twice a week with these videos we're doing. So I'm still super social. It's just
Yeah.
fucking weird because I'm not going to the bar at night and meeting people, obviously.
Right.
So,
the pandemic is making you a machine.
Yeah. The process for the pop-up book, my buddy Rostin Meyer, who's probably watching this right now, shout out to him. He's a brilliant designer and figured out how to construct three-dimensional pop-up books. He approached me about this years ago. We made a version of the book 3 or 4 years ago that him and his brother literally made 100 of them by hand. And we sold them for like $200 each because they were all handmade. Ridiculous amount of work, all signed and numbered. So then we decided, let's do a remix of that book. We kept a couple of the images, but then we added all new artwork, all new design, and kickstarted it. Had a super successful Kickstarter. Anyone out there who supported it, thank you very much. The books are now here in the States, and Ross is putting all the packages together and shipping them out. But the process was basically like I would send Ross images that I would think and hope would make cool pop-up spreads. And then he would start constructing these with paper, like what parts are 3D, what parts pop out. And then he basically would film those and show them to me or mail me the dummies just so I could see how this would actually open and pop up and everything. So pretty tedious, like labor intensive.
How long did that take?
A year.
Yeah.
Of just figuring all the shit out. And Russ is a brilliant guy, and he's a designer, and he also has access to all the printers and people who are like putting all this stuff together. So, and as part of the Kickstarter, we did like sticker. There's a shine on that.
Nice.
Stickers. We have patches. My little octopus guy drinking a martini. Prints colored by Justin Stewart. Shout out to Justin.
Oh.
So, and I mean, if you guys missed the Kickstarter, you can still get the book at popupfunk.com. We printed enough that we're fulfilling the Kickstarter, but we also want the book to exist where you can just buy it.
Right. Yeah.
And, man, I ordered a bunch because I thought I was going to have them at my table at conventions this year. It's like a really beautiful, incredible item to catch people's attention at the table.
Yeah.
And so we have all this stock, but we'll sell it. It's fine. And I also did this in the beginning of the year. I self-published this One Dangerous Donut, which is a oversized newsprint art and comics magazine.
Open that thing up.
Oversized, beautifully printed.
Nice.
Kind of hard to show this stuff. Sorry, guys. You can score this at jimmahfood.com, but it's basically like this was another convention table item. And I got them printed for Seattle, man, in March. And so they arrived a week before Seattle, and it's like, well, there's no Seattle now, so it
was so interesting watching the shows do that. First, I would see creators tweeting, they're like, I'm sorry guys, there's no way, I'm just too scared about this new virus thing. And then you got shows questioning whether they were going to cancel, and they started like, it was very movie-esque. I just kept watching Twitter, and I was going to avoid a lot of shows, but I really got into San Diego and New York again last year. And so I was like, let's do it. And then,
I don't know. I mean, I think I think what you're doing, man, is a great alternative for what we have right now. And I mean, I know a lot of other creators are doing their own version of this, so it's like,
I hope this, like, until there's conventions, I hope this kind of a thing, like, I would love to have like an Artist Alley link page on mine and just like link anybody else who's doing a online convention that weekend.
That's
like,
an awesome idea.
Yeah, I told Nicole, I was like, we should have just come up with a tagline that says, fuck it, everybody gets a booth.
Yeah. There's no waiting list for Artist Alley anymore.
It is.
It's just, do you have a computer and a camera?
There you go.
You're good to go.
Take commissions. The only thing you can't really do is sign books. That's about it.
Yeah. It's I don't know, man. Like I said, we're all adapting, and I mean, I like bought this microphone. I bought a camera, and it's nice, right? And eventually, I need to start making. I updated my YouTube channel, and I have some videos on there, but going through the archives of all my old stuff, I'm thinking I might start making a video series where it's just me going through the archives of showing the very beginning of like all my early shit up to present, because it's been 23 years of putting out product now. And I think a lot of our fans, me, you, are new, we have a lot of newer fans that have discovered us through like Instagram the last 2, 3, 4 years. And so they don't even know about like stuff from 2006 or 2010 or your late 90s stuff. So it's kind of a way of just like letting people know there's a body of work here that you can still explore and check out and pick up online or on eBay, whatever. So, it's something that I might try to get into, try starting,
Do you ever get like self-conscious or a little nettled when it comes to your older work, like offering and showing it out, and like, or if you like did a collection of it or something like that? Does your old work embarrass you at all?
Oh, completely. But there's so much time between it now that I almost find it to be like charming and quaint, where like 5 years ago, I was like, fuck all the early stuff, Clerks, all that shit. It's garbage. It's terrible. My drawing style is terrible. And sure, I still feel that way, but like now there's been so much time that's passed that I look back on it now as being growing pains, and it's just odd, because when you decide to become a professional artist or self-publish or be a freelancer, all of your growing is done in public. Yes. Your growing is your art in a visual form printed that people can buy and access. So it's all out there, man. It's like you can try and hide it or cover it up, but it is out there, and people still bring me all the old shit to sign at conventions anyway. So for me, I've just kind of accepted the fact that like, hey man, I was like 20 when I drew this shit. Of course I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I'm in my mid 40s now and I still sort of don't know what I'm doing, but that's not going to stop me. Like, I'm still going to make stuff, put it out, because that's just what I do. I mean, you're the same way. It's like, you're not going to stop. It's easy
for you to look back at that stuff now that because you have such a significant body of work in the last 20 something years that, like you said, like you may not have had 5 years ago or something else, but now you have like a certain level of success and a certain level of like I said, just the sheer, body of work and examples and books and all that. So yeah, it finally gets that place where like you look back at your 20s and you're like, you can look at it objectively. You're like, yeah. Because look what I do now. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Well, my thing though is I always want the people that bring me the old stuff at conventions to sign. I mean, it's cool that they have it. I appreciate them buying it back in the day, but I also kind of like want to make sure they know about the new stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'll give them a business card or a new sticker, or like, just let them know, like, I'm still, you got the Girl Scout shit from 1998, I'm still making new stuff. So like, you know, there's this book that if you want to buy this is the stuff that I'm really proud of that reflects like where I'm at now. So, some people like the older style, which I personally don't understand, but, everyone has their own taste, man, their own vibe. So it's anyone who's put down their hard-earned money for my shit, dude, I appreciate. I'm sure you feel the same way. Like,
absolutely,
money's tight. I've been doing this for a long time. So at this point, anyone who supports me, I feel like, you know, I owe them a beer or something.
And it's like you said, going through the archives, like the comment earlier, like you can see, you know, like it's almost like a poor child actor that's going through puberty on the show, you know, like you can see some really, you know, you can actually sit there and look at your entire, you know, progress, you know,
right,
from where you started and to see how things evolve. And remember Shade the Changing Man?
of course, yes,
like that single, like it was like 30 or 50 something like issue run that he did. Chris Bacallo.
I say Baccello.
There we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see in this one series, in this one title, you can see this complete evolution of an art style, and it's a really neat thing to watch. I think if you draw the same way you did 20 years ago, I think I would just get bored as hell.
Yeah. And that was one of the best things about us starting to hang out together is we were doing our own version of Drink and Draw on Thursdays at that Italian spot with Crosland and Ryan and the gang.
Yeah.
Pat Williams would occasionally pop in, and hanging out with you specifically, a more painterly kind of guy, and like that started to rub off on me, and then we started collaborating on stuff, and then suddenly I started painting with you, and like it's your paintings, but now all of a sudden there's like pink, the color pink is in it. And like aqua blue and shit. And both of us, I could tell we're like, okay, interesting. So this is happening now. Like this is a thing that's kind of, you know, and then you take that and you kind of process that your own way and go off on your own again with that knowledge now. So that was the biggest thing for me, man, living in LA for 16 years. I met incredible people. I miss you guys a lot, my friends there, but also the sheer artistic inspiration that kind of, it really influenced the path that I'm on now. You know, it really.
Oh, absolutely. You and I, like people, when we talk about doing art together, you know, they can give us a look, but there is something very unique in that you and I met and we both love doing comics. Our styles are vastly different, but we absolutely love doing comics, but we both do comics not typically, atypically. You know, we both had other interests, and I think that's what excited me about you, because you would just show me these sketchbooks and these drawings of like, oh shit, he's got something else going on. You know, and I was painting the gallery. We were both doing outside comic stuff and bringing those in.
Yes.
It was just one more of like a painter and a crazy person.
Right. You know what's interesting is the common thread there, though, was both of us were big on using photo reference. And I don't mean relying on photo reference. I just mean photo reference as a spark that ignites the process of making a piece. Like I still do that to this day, where I have like photo archives and I'll just look through for a pose or some idea that will inspire the beginning of a piece. But like seeing how you worked in your studio and your process of painting when you were downtown and Kent Williams was next door in his studio, going over there, seeing his process, it was like, okay, so everyone has their own approach to these things, but there are certain common threads that are beneficial, you know, like a step-by-step process of like, here's how you can go about assembling a piece, thinking about the design, the color palette, the composition, you know. And even though I like to go in and just kind of gonzo style, like splatter ink and go crazy, there is some sort of something has to anchor that in to work.
There is a method to the madness.
Yeah.
There's Yeah, no, and that was you're one of the very few people that I know and that I've drawn with, creatively, where you and I both tend to just jump in with ink. Like, penciling, yeah, but for the most part, like sketchbooks and stuff like that, we just pull out the ink and just start knocking in stuff.
I
We
love
both
it.
very differently, but there was just something raw about your approach and that I could, kind of resonate with. And I was like, this guy. And like you said, like the whether anything I had rubbed off on you, like there's a certain level of madness and freedom that every time I would draw with you or something, I would easily just need to see in my own work. And I'm just like, come on, Jason.
That's awesome.
Quit fucking around.
That's good. Well, I always got a secret thrill out of painting on your paintings, because when you would start the piece, that was my favorite, because I felt like I was like doing something almost forbidden, where I'm like, I get to go in now and like deface this beautiful fine art painting, but not in a disrespectful way, but in a way of like, okay, this is like rooted in fine art and illustration. Now I'm going to bring some weird, like street Basquiat gonzo shit to this. And it just feels like slightly forbidden, like it shouldn't be happening. But when you fuse those together, I mean, some of the pieces that we got out of that collaboration, I think were magic, like cool shit. And speaking of the inking thing, man, I think both of us knew and had that early Fantagraphics Bill Sienkiewicz sketchbook collection.
Oh, yes.
Where he talks about the quote where he's like, I often draw straight in ink. Do you have that hanging in your studio?
I still have that hanging up in this office. Yeah.
Okay.
It exists in every Bill Sienkiewicz had a sketchbook come out in, I think, 1990. And in it, there's this one little tiny quote that says, I often sketch in pen. It forces me to be exact. And if I fuck the sketch up, it screams at me. Not the pen, the sketch. The pen just laughs.
Yes. Love that.
I love the idea. Like, and it really does. Like when you're penciling, it's almost like you don't have to pay attention because you can erase. You can just do blah, blah. But once you're holding ink, you're exact. You're paying attention. Even if you're manic and going all over the place, you're aware more than you would be if you were penciling.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, it's always the risk factor. When there's no net underneath you, you pay more attention.
Right. And I have these different mind states that I have to go into, where it's like when I'm working in my sketchbook, that's all straight to ink and me just having fun. And then obviously with comics, I'm breaking everything down, doing thumbnails, penciling each page, inking. So I'm doing a traditional style of when I make comics. It's just filtered through my own weird psychedelic lens. But there's still those moments, man, of like waking up knowing I have to pencil all day a page and figure it out. It's like doing homework in a way. And sometimes that can be frustrating to me, where I'm just like, I have this voice in my head of like, I just want to fucking ink. Like, I just want to get to the inking stage. But so what I've figured out though, man, is like, I pencil in chunks where it's like, I'm going to pencil for like 3 or 4 days straight, do 5 pages or whatever. And then I'm going to reward myself after that by inking all 5 of those over the course of 2 days. So at least I can break up the monotony, and I can, it feels like a reward to myself to be like, okay, now the loud music is just going on and I'm just straight up inking for the next 2 days. I'm going to be having a blast. This is where I shine. This is where the style comes out. And then after that though, I know that I have to start from scratch again and be like, okay, back to penciling again, but that's the process, man. Like comics is an intense, like, the most labor intensive visual art I think you can do. Right.
And 5 illustrations per page. It's just, No,
do you ever tell your writers, do you ever give them parameters of like, I don't want to do pages I don't want to do like over 6 panels a page, or I don't want to do this. I do want to do that. I don't want to draw horses or animals or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
The only thing I think I've really said is like on occasion, like there's definitely a lot of talking in parts of Philadelphia, and I've definitely asked them like, can we chill out on some of the 8-panel pages? So typically it's just a panel thing for me. Other than that, I've kind of gotten into a mindset where I try not to hate or you have to just get through a scene. I try to stop and kind of meditate on it for a minute and actually find a way to enjoy making that scene.
Yeah.
Like if it's backgrounds and it's crowds of people and all that stuff, instead of me just saying like, how do I get through this? Maybe I'll just get on the phone and doodle it out. Instead, I start trying to think of it as a piece itself. Like what if I just did I told somebody whenever I have a problem on a page, I imagine that panel is a commission. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking about it differently. And then I'm excited about drawing it. Like if somebody commissioned me to do a crowd scene, I would be like, well, what kind of cool, fun, like abstractions and things like that could I put in the crowd? And so then all of a sudden I'm enjoying a crowd scene in a comic. It takes effort, but you know, you can get there.
Yeah, that's a great approach, man. And it's weird because most people would think drawing dialogue scenes, just characters standing and talking, would be easy. It's actually the hardest part of doing comics, like making just talking heads look interesting. It's like, okay, how am I?
You can't just draw.
How am I going to do this?
Yeah.
You know, can I have some crazy shit happening in the background? And it's like, those are the questions I ask myself. And my answer is sure, because I'm writing and drawing. So for me, it's like, yes, you can do whatever you want because it's your thing and it exists in your universe that you've crafted. So like all the rules are out the window of quote unquote like normal comics or normal. If something is set in the Marvel universe, you have to abide by those rules.
Yeah.
My comics are set in my universe. So it's like, I'm the king of the rules. I'm the king of the decision making. And I'm sure you feel the same way with like, Empty Zone, and
absolutely.
It has its own flavor, own vibe.
Yeah, there's something different than just between drawing a thing and having created like every little aspect.
Yeah,
it involves you a lot more.
Oh yeah. Nicole, have we addressed all the questions? Is there questions we need to? Mahfood, Huddleston, collab prints, and there any chance you do? Oh, are you and I going to do a collaborative print together one day?
Let's
sure.
Yeah. The answer is yes.
Yeah. We could do a poll on social media of what the subject matter of that should be.
I love that. Yeah.
We'll do a little or actually just Girl Scouts Empty Zone.
Ooh.
Hot, powerful ladies just kicking ass together.
Done. See, this is what creative
like that. Any advice for getting a publisher to pick up a book idea outside of good art and writing? Outside of what are you banking the IP on then? Like if it's
I mean, personal relationships are always, the only thing I can come up with beyond quality work. It would just be, contacting and not being obnoxious and, man, there's a bunch of little ways to kind of get in there, but for the most part, once that little door is open, if the book's not good art and writing, it was all pointless.
Yeah.
So, pretty much good art and writing, and it doesn't take much to knock on the door.
Right. If I can be harsh for a moment, I would also advise, like, if you're not going to go into comics with the intent of pursuing good art and writing in your work, I would say don't go into comics because this is the truth. It's a very difficult industry to work in. It's a very specific labor intensive art form. And the business of comics is a strange, unpredictable business. And so if you're creating IP with the idea of wanting to make a show or a movie, just make the IP and go shop it to Hollywood directly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, that's like, I'm thrilled that we have things like like Girl Scouts in Philadelphia all having, this media potential. But for the most, but honestly, we're like, I'm not, there's part of that you have to focus on. But if the book itself isn't good, if it's not fulfilling, if it doesn't make you happy, you're not doing anything.
Right. Right.
Do you have any work routine?
What's your routine these days? Do you have
What's
one?
your routine? I'm here for 4 days. What's your routine? You got like a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I wake up. I like to exercise in the morning to get the blood flowing, and then I handle email and like business stuff, and then I eat lunch, and then I do my big like drawing session in the afternoon, where I try and put like the phone away and internet, and I'm just doing the actual physical work, and that usually goes until like 8 or 9 in the evening, and then I
Nice.
eat dinner and maybe I'll do some more work, but I usually end the day with like getting away from work. Like I'll end the day with a movie or reading a book, or it's like I think it's good to like deep program away from the work to end the day, and kind of get away from it for a minute.
Oh, absolutely.
And then the cool thing is like I like to wake up in the morning and go into studio and look at what I did the previous day with fresh eyes, and I can usually see right away like the things that need to be corrected or things that need to be changed or touched up or whatever. It's good to like have that fresh eye kind of strategy.
Nice. Yes. I'm not commenting on my day because Jim's got other things he's got to do today.
Right.
But I know you've got another thing after this. So, dude, it was just good to see you. We always make the comment that even when he lived here, we hardly ever saw each other in person. We needed a convention.
I know.
And so here we are.
I know, man. It's weird too, because I thought with the animation stuff that I would be in LA often this year doing all this and casting voice people with like all in person. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to see all the LA people like a lot this year. And now it's like the universe had other plans or whatever. But I don't know, man. I'm just like, I'm glad that everyone is well and like making the best out of a weird situation,
Absolutely. Dude,
but
it was so good to see you.
Thank you for having me, man. I'm going to be tuning in to your Comic-Con this weekend to see what is happening.
Awesome. I'll be here.
Especially if you're doing like live drawing stuff. That's going to be awesome.
Dude, today the live drawing is what is it? Is it 3:00?
Okay, cool. So in a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm going to be drawing Delirium and Billie Holiday.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Those are commissions?
Not together, just separate.
Separate commissions.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Very cool.
Right.
Well, brother, dude, I love you guys, man. I will talk to you very soon.
Sounds good, man. Good luck.
Awesome. Have a good one.
All right,
thanks,
later,
guys.
Hey, so sorry if that scared you. I guess we're back. So what we're going to be doing is portfolio reviews right now. They're going to be 6 10-minute reviews. And since time is a factor, let's just kind of go ahead and get to it. So what we have here are a few examples from Connor Boyle. Let's go through them. What we'll do is just kind of review the 3 that Connor sent in, and then we'll go back and kind of pick them apart bit by bit. First off, these look fantastic. I just in that general, like, just pan through. It's awesome. Okay, cool. Page 1. You guys have to forgive me a little bit. This is all new to me. So the composition, the spotting of the blacks, all of that, like you're nailing it on this stuff. Your panels 1, 2, and 3 are really gorgeous. The textures that you have going on, the grays, your choices of when to go over the line art and to when fall back underneath it are awesome. Only problem I really have in this page, pardon me, is your 4th panel. I'm gonna have to stand up. Your 4th panel is the storytelling. We don't quite know where this fist is coming through. Like, we don't really know what house he's getting off at the top panel. We love seeing him in the 2nd one and the 3rd one. But yeah, right now, what you don't want to do is mess with the reader or make them work, trying to figure out he's tipping up the pills in that moment. And then all of a sudden there's this wood thing. And then you see maybe a little bit of shards of glass or something like that. But for the most part, what we don't know is what he's doing or where he is. And the final panel is fantastic. So we have, the after. So we're just kind of missing a panel in the middle there. But it's beautiful. I love your tones. I enjoy looking at this page. I would just buy this book anyway. Let's go to page 2. Dude. No, this is beautiful. I'm assuming that you're working digitally, at least for some of it. There's still like the textures that appear over the line art, which I love. Your push and pull is really fantastic there. Your choices of when to bring the line art fully out is really wonderful. This highlight and everything that's happening on the right foot on the left side of the screen with that highlight, and then just the shaping around the boot is really, you're nailing it. I love the colors. I love everything about it. I'm assuming you're using reference. There's a lot of choices that kind of imply that you're pulling from life. The only thing I kind of have an issue with is the left arm of the figure. I'm not sure if you're using reference or if this was just pulled out of your head, God bless you. But it doesn't feel as solid. It feels a little wobbly around that whole kind of arm. There's a strength on the whole left side of the piece. Things are crisp, things are there. But there's something that doesn't feel quite resolved yet with that arm going into the wrist and that glove. But honestly, that's me nitpicking. If this was like a variant cover that an artist turned in, I'd be thrilled. I think the choices around the skull, I think the bird cage, and the rendering choices, again, this beautiful little hot right there in the center that just kind of pulls your eye into the whole thing. Lovely composition, nice piece. Let's go to the 3rd page. Yay, sequentials. Your aesthetic, man. Your colors, I love them. I love these textures. This kind of comes down to, I hope I don't sound like a broken record when it comes to reference. But It's difficult if sometimes you use reference and sometimes you don't. I don't know if you use reference on this particular page, but I'll say right now it doesn't look like you did. And if that's and if you did, it just means like, all right, what do you I would just slow down and start really solidifying your inks, because your colors are beautiful. But the way that you were knocking in those blacks in the first and second page, you could just what do we got? Traditional ink and digital. Yeah, beautiful, dude. You marry the two wonderfully, digital and traditional. We just missed the same solidity that I saw in those two previous pages. Just doesn't really fly here. And then there's Nicole. You're going to have to tell me about the time just in case. Okay. I'm going to get lost in talking about work, so I got to make sure that we keep on our 10-minute guys. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, your panel 4 is really beautiful. And I have this problem in my own work as well sometimes, where I'm not quite sure how much of the line art I want to leave if I'm trying to paint up something. How much I want to leave, how much I want to put the paint on top of it. And you've made those choices beautifully in these early pages. But here it feels like it's 50-50. The color in the paint is 50, and then the line art. So they're kind of, I would either go heavy with the line art and draw those hands, or pull that line art away and just paint those hands, because it kind of wants one or the other. Having both of them kind of present like that flattens what would be a really nice centerpiece to kind of stay on for a moment, which it does. Like, your storytelling is lovely. But again, it's just, panel 2, I just get a little lost because the figures they're a little more cartoonish. And again, if that's the thing you're going for, then I'm just referencing from your two previous images that had more photo-esque qualities to them. And then the panel 4, if you're going to make like a figure in the foreground opaque and painted and separate it from that line art, like, make it opaque and painted. Like, those highlights, there should, really carve it out in the paint. It unfortunately doesn't really come around and become a solid thing this way. I'm not quite sure, and I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. It happens. We all have these panels, but that one just doesn't quite work. That foreground figure is just kind of throwing me off. But, and then going back to just the overall, really, like, your colors and your choices, man. These are really quite lovely. Your those textures and that light coming through the bars and onto the floor, and then your choice for the writing on the last panel, dude, it's gorgeous. This is wonderful work. I thought, I didn't know what I thought I was going to get when it came to portfolio reviews, but this is really beautiful work. This gives me hope. So, how are we on time, Nicole?
Good. We'll go on.
Sure. Thanks, Connor. Thank you. Now we have John Pearson. Hi, John. If you're watching, I don't know if you're hoping to see this later or if you're around watching, but we're going to go through a couple of John Pearson's pages just to kind of get a sense of them, and then we'll come back to the first one and start in. Oh, dude, that's going to be fun. All right. So let's start with page 1. I hadn't had much time to review these before actually getting to this, but it's really kind of awesome to be surprised with each one of these pages so far. That's lovely. The storytelling, and especially like it's so easy to overdo it with everything you have going on here with the textures, with the glass. Pardon me. With the glass breaking, you have this really lovely S shape that's just draws the eye. The characters are, the characters are well defined. It's not too much stuff getting in the way. It's really stylized, but it's not in a way that affects the storytelling, which is great. So many guys just get into just wanting to do a cool thing, and then they abandon the actual, sequential part. Obviously with the textures or with the photo-y stuff, it's a digital stuff. The only, there's certain parts, I guess mostly in the first panel with the female character, and it could just be like an off whatever, but the figure seems a little, for what's happening, he's reacting beautifully. It's his whole reaction, even without showing full eyes, man. You've done some beautiful work. There's some great emotion coming out of this guy. Problem is in panel 1, her emotion doesn't match his, and it seems like it definitely ought to. But that's it. That's just if it were me, I would look at it as oh, okay, that was just not the best drawing or whatever. But next to that, it's just, I love this page. I think it's great. Let's go on to page 2. Dude, you're very diverse. This is wonderful. Obviously, there's a certain aesthetic that I have and that I love, and so you're just, you're pushing all my buttons right now, because I love old 60s illustration, and you have this first panel that has these wonderful cutouts kind of in that style. I love just this whole strong drawing at the bottom. And your choices when it comes to what to define and what not to define in panels 2 and 3 are fantastic. I was hoping to be a lot meaner with you guys. I thought I was going to get to rip some people to shreds, but no, I love your implication of the figure in panel 3 coming, and then you see there's enough recognition to know that it's still that figure, and then you're still going the right direction. This is a cool page. Anything that I kind of have with this page it would just be stylistic, and so I typically don't say anything when it comes to that, because who cares what I would do? It's just, as far as styles of rendering or whatever, what you're doing is top notch. This that panel that page is fantastic. This isn't going to be a portfolio review. I'm just going to start hiring people based on this stuff. All right, Nicole, let's go to page 3. Nicole is manning the board, making all of this stuff happen. And so when you hear me say Nicole, that is the gatekeeper over there. The hell? I feel like I should be sending you my portfolio for a review. I think it's wonderful. I think this is fantastic. Not only is it just a great movie, but you captured not just a great poster for it, but something that feels even in that era. The meat at the bottom of that hook is fantastic. Right? I'm zooming in on another tablet just so I can get details of the stuff you guys and do it, and just the crispness of the disgusting parts and the bugs, and then the really lovely choices of blurring,
on the glass and all that. There's nothing I can say to that. That's a poster, I would have had in my room. I love it. I think it's great. Yeah, dude, I don't see any major things with your work. I mean, there is something to be said for backgrounds. No offense. Going back to pages 1 and 2, Nicole. There is something. The first page actually seems more surreal, so it may not be a literal place, but the second one, your emotion. Like if this is just to nitpick, and that's honestly all I have here because I dig it, but just a few more backgrounds here and there, just to kind of ground everything into where like this becomes emotive and this becomes art, but me personally, I think that like once you start adding in a little bit more background elements, it starts making the work look a little bit more cinematic. And for comics, like as much as I love to make art and put it in like non-traditional comic art and put it in comic art, there's something about adding that level of atmosphere, that cinematic atmosphere, that just allows the reader to enjoy it more, whether they're fully aware of it or not. But like adding extra elements makes them believe it more. And so then, you just had that, it just gives you that little extra depth, of atmosphere. And it's more of a storytelling thing. It really just kind of helps the reader along. But as far as like getting your point across and your emotion and your focus, you're already there. All right. I don't know if these were 10 minutes, but I'm saying what I got to say. Nice. Who do we have now? We have Gary. I don't want to do that to your last name, sir. Delorier. I am a hillbilly from Tennessee, and I would have butchered that. All right. Let's go ahead and go through the 3, and then we'll come back. This is awesome. All right, man. Thank you for sequentials as well, and inky sequentials. I'm wondering if these were also finished digitally, the watercolor textures on page 1 at least, and that's awesome. I'm still what I would call new to digital. I've only been at it for about a year. And so I'm still fascinated to see different people's techniques and all that kind of stuff. This is awesome. Hold on. So first and foremost, Tuesday. Okay. We got different days. All right. So I'm going to scrap that little thing. Fucking burn. Jesus. Panel 3 is rough, dude. Is it, dude? Yeah, Gary. Okay. Sorry about that. This is awesome. I don't even know what this story is, but I do enjoy it. The compositions are fantastic. The storytelling is really, really fun. There's a certain level of drawing that feels like it wants to be realistic. You're possibly using photo reference. The smoke was and fire. Nice. That fire is it's a great choice on that. It comes a lot of it. The problems that I would say exist here are predominantly just in drawing, and I don't mean that in a horrible way. It just means that it's just gonna like a little bit more patience with your reference and something like that. There's just little off parts here and there. I don't really pick anatomy apart, especially when I know or when it feels like one's using reference, because drawing from life is kind of a different approach or drawing from something else is kind of a different approach. So what I would say here is just is more of it, honestly. You know, it's honestly just improving your figure drawing, like what you're seeing versus what's getting put down. There's a little stiffness in that really, you know, great panel in panel 1, but you know, you stop relying so much on the reference, you know, just, you know, go in with those gesture drawings first so you get the energy of it, and then make the reference kind of adapt to your drawing. Then you can have these exaggerated, energetic figures that have these kind of grounded rendering, you know, these realistic touches that kind of bring us all in. And that's pretty much it for that. I like your compositions. I like your choices for grays. I like the mix between digital and traditional. Yeah, it's really some of the drawing in that. I'm going to page 2. Dude, it's just so brutal. You know, I like your panel choices. I really do. You're getting your emotional content across, and that's hard to do. I'm looking at panel 3 especially. The cross, and especially the jump between all of them. Like, yeah, your sense of atmosphere and scenes and changing. Like, you don't once think that this is one continuous scene. Like, you've kept something going, but yet, you know, each panel very different. And yeah, I think, and some of it still is just just the drawing. And that's not a bad insult. Like, that's or if you took it in a negative way, you know, I try to improve drawing every day. There's always things that you can kind of play with and all that. But a lot of it, I just say, is loosen up from the reference, kind of squint at the reference to keep it at a distance, you know, something that you're not trying to duplicate, something that you're trying to basically do what you're doing in comics anyway, like your compositions and your panels, you're getting the emotional content across. So do that with your figures, kind of squint at them so you can't see all those little details. And then just kind of, when you're penciling, try to pencil fast. Like, you know, because you have an eraser and you're going to be inking anyway. Try to pencil fast. And I think you're going to see a different kind of energy of like, how does this feel just as a shape, just as a thing? I think a little more energy in the drawing, because I like a lot of what you have inking. I like your finishes. There's cool stuff. I'm going to page 3. Nice. I tend to talk fast. Dude, these are so fucking fun. I'm just checking out these little details at the bottom. I really love the anytime like watercolor stuff, it kind of happens, this little texture at the end there. This is awesome. You know, just as a storytelling thing, your bottom word balloon is going to want to happen somewhere to the right of that figure, somewhere in that dark, like, you know, you see kind of where that robe has this line of ending, and then you have the space and then this black bar underneath it. That's kind of where you want that last word balloon. You just want to lead the eye, because here it feels like all your information's on the left, so we're still expecting something new kind of on the right, because we read left to right. So it's not. What you want to do is you want to start the words where you have them, and that leads the eye down through the art. You see the figure, and then you end with that, and that's a nice at the end of that page. This is cool too. I love your textures. Dude, I'm seeing this smoke. I'm a little jealous of how you mix the two, the digital and the traditional, so well. I love the use of spatter. I spill a lot of ink myself. I love the choices to do the opaque painting on the arm, and the hand in the foreground figure is quite lovely. The nose and all that stuff. Like, that's, yeah. yeah, you kind of establish a certain level of realism and depth. And the problem with this one is just that these figures, they all just kind of get a little flat. Like I like the highlights, and and some of the rendering is nice, but um, like guys like Mignola, like black is your friend, especially when you're doing horror. Knock that stuff back. Let people's imaginations figure it out. They're going to come up with stuff that's way scarier than what you got. So if they have to try to figure some things out in the shadow, let them. Like there's just little things I love, like as a concept design. I like this figure, the ribs and the skulls hanging off the belt, and actually the whole thing. What I want to see, especially in this, is just I want to believe them. Like I love them, but now I want to believe them. Like now I want to see the rendering. Now I want not the idea to scare me, but I want the picture to scare me. So it's just really now in that kind of rendering and kind of slowing down and paying attention, and because your ideas and your concepts and your composition, a lot of your storytelling, spot on. Just solidifying some of that drawing. This is kind of the opposite of the other one, as far as energy and stuff goes. Like what you want, like this kind of stoic, solid things that would just scare the bejesus out of you. But I thoroughly enjoy your portfolio, and thank you for sending it in. All right, let's see who's next. Oh, Marcos. Let's give a little glance at the Marcos' work, and then dude. Like as much as I love seeing the other, textured work and the painted stuff, like my heart will always go out to black and white. I have, like from Will Eisner to James O'Barr on The Crow, like black and white just kind of took me over from that point. So anytime I see cool, strong black and white, especially textured stuff, it gets me going. So I'm just gonna dive on in with other people. So I just dig this. I like your concept. I like the execution of it. The spatter, I feel like you're not quite there when it comes to the highlight part, or at least on this image. We'll review the other ones, but I see there's some good chunks happening up there near the bridge of the nose, above the eyes, and on that forehead. But for me, I tend to zone out a little bit when I see like the little lines that you have kind of on the right side, the little white lines that go around the forehead and the eye and stuff like that. That one, and that's honestly probably just a personal thing. That one just makes me tune out a little bit, because it's not necessarily a rendering that I can believe on the face. Like I can believe black, I can believe gray in the spatter, but it's those little lines. I'm just like, what are these little white hairs? So I just always, no matter what, I just tell people, just think always in shape. Like, especially once you're going to start rendering like this, once you're going to start really doing the spatter thing, you're no longer, especially like this, you're no longer really just doing a flat. You're no longer just considering this a flat drawing. You're adding planes now. You're adding this. You're essentially painting in ink now. And so that makes it flatter. So you're just always thinking in shape, which you did and so much other parts of the figure. It makes me very happy because you're using the spatter stuff very well. And the whole ink drawing thing, the outline of him that goes down into the tie and all that stuff, beautiful. I love the cleanliness of it too. I like that you chose the digital kind of block over it instead of kind of drawing it. It adds a certain level of depth without making it look weird. That it's different. Like you actually blended the two very well. That's a very nice choice. I would be thrilled to see, covers that look like this in comics. I think it's awesome. I'm wondering what you're inking with. I don't know if you're using, it looks potentially like a parallel pen, but those things are really fun. Hey man, I'm gonna go on to page 2. Dude. Some of my favorite books. To what do you recommend to improve sequential art? It might help if I could read this page. Because this looks like a series of images, like more like vignettes. But it does tell a story. Like the first one, I'm skipping, but I'm coming back to 2. Okay. Skipping back to 2 and 3, I don't necessarily see a problem with your storytelling. Unfortunately, I can't say that these are the best examples. This looks like it's more of a montage, like that's getting through a scene. No, that's actually, I'm talking around myself because that's storytelling. So no, I get what's happening fully in this page, and I love it. I think the drawing is great. I think the choice of texture, when to pull it in and out, is fantastic. I'm seriously just going by panel by panel. There's a similarity, there's a familiarity into stuff like when Dave McKeon did Violent Cases, which was just a favorite of mine. But in a good way. I often see the stuff that people grab from McKeon typically is very surface, because it's so pretty and it's so stylized. That tends to be what other artists kind of grab from. This is different. Like you're grabbing like the meat, and I appreciate that. like McKeon's a phenomenal storyteller. And this, I love your choices. Like you don't over render. Your spots are good. I'm loving, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I'm loving panel 7. Like that's just a great composition. Like I'm always going to be a sucker for hands and faces. What got me into really loving to draw comics is emoting, and so I wanted all of this stuff. When you pose for your own reference and stuff like that, you just that's the good stuff. And like your expression and everything is lovely. And you're going to cut down to that nice rendering of the eye, and it's just, yeah. I got nothing. It's a lovely page. I'm going to go on to the third one. Yeah, that's nice. The only thing I feel that's lacking is that because especially you see it in panel 3, you just kind of want to see that little scream of white come through that open door in panel 1. Even show, even with the open door having that white, because everything kind of, obviously from panel 3, the light in the other room is on. The only thing actually with this is like the weird editorial nitpicky stuff that someone would tell you. Because one, there's a dark room, but the door that's opening is on the other side of the light room. So what we're missing is the light from the other room, and then the light that it would project into our room from it. Then you got your next panel, which is the guy opening the door. But if you think about it, your light source is switched. This is a person opening a door from a dark room into a light room. And so honestly, your whole focus would be making the hand the lighter side of the room, and then making that door like black, making that the black side. And honestly, that would really be a nice composition. Like you have your black in the room into the top left, then you have your black on the door into the bottom right, and then you have your whole black from the whole thing, So honestly, for me, it's just seeing things like these are just edit, like, these are not anything to do with your drawing ability. These are storytelling things. So if you want to keep that mood. And so even if someone doesn't quite understand it, like, why didn't this hit me like it could have hit me? And it's because, all of a sudden you're walking into a very bright room and then it's a very dark room in the next panel. But I love I like the figures. I like the drawings of the room. I like, everything that's happening. There's a little wonkiness in that second panel with that hand. That's always just something that, it could have just very well been something, you missed, but, I go back and look at stuff all the time and see wonky hands. So, you're human, it happens. Making a comic more dynamic. As opposed to just like actiony kind of stuff, especially if you don't have that in the script, I'm just a big fan of angles. Like I'm a huge fan of, you look at movies like Phantasm. I think even Phantasm 3. For however one might think of the quality of these films, I like them. Each shot is dynamic. Like if someone walks into a dark room, you're not even just seeing them in a dark room. You're seeing that room that framed by something in the foreground. So you basically every panel almost, if it were panels, every shot keeps you almost feeling claustrophobic, and so that alone is dynamic. You're making each panel feel uncomfortable. Like, why can't I see that? Why is that blacked out? Really think in cinematic ways. And then even when it's just regular, and then when it's people talking, think of different ways to show them in these conversations. I'm a fan of silhouettes and negative silhouettes, and but I'm also a fan of, like, putting the shot from the perspective of somebody's hand looking up at them. I'm all, or doing a fisheye lens when you can. Like, if it's just all over the place, there's no point. But you want it to flow with the emotion of the story. So, and like your pages that you have here, I'm invested. I'm down. I think they're great. There could be a little bit more work in the background on that page. If you really think about the light that's happening behind that guy in panel 3, coming through this dark room, you wouldn't leave it finished like this. You're gonna want to do more. And it's stuff like that. Make people believe it. Finish it out. Like, give me that full dark room. This gets a little flat. There's no shadow behind the door. So yeah, honestly, I guess without trying to sound like a jerk, it just feels almost unfinished. Like, this page can still rock. It just doesn't feel quite finished yet. I dig it. I would just consider whatever seems pedestrian and really kind of think about how you want to see it. Like, imagine what works for me sometimes when I kind of get stuck on a panel is I really try to put myself thinking about, if I turned the page in a comic, and a comic of, the guy I liked and wanted to see, what would that page look like? And I can get myself to a place to really believe it sometimes, where I see that what I've been doing is boring as hell. But I can see, like, what would I want to see this page look like? Oh, I would want to see this conversation be like, this guy's screaming over here and he's blah, blah. And then all of a sudden I'm like, why aren't I doing that? So then I start changing how I'm actually drawing the page. Like, how, we all kind of get into a habit sometimes of like, can I draw this? But we kind of forget sometimes to put ourselves as a reader, like, is it cool though? Like it can be well done, but is it exciting? Is it awesome? Does it make you want to turn the page of a comic? Or are you kind of squeezing in an art book in a comic book? And I've been guilty of all of it. And now I just want to make comics that I think look cool. And I think you're doing that, by the way. All right. We'll go on to the next. Dude. let's go ahead and pan through. All right. Nice. Nice. These are great. This is cool. Cool. So going through, we're not going to do some storytelling business. We're going to be looking at some solid black and white illustration, which this is lovely from Bruno. Nicole? Mercier. I am a hillbilly. All right. Dude, this is great. This is just this is wonderful. I love your line, like, and I don't know if that sounds like a weird thing or not, but like you can have cool illustrations, cool pictures, whether someone like there really is a signature in how someone lays down a line that outlines a thing, that makes a thing. I like your choices. I like the thickness of it. Like it's got a good chunky texture to it. I feel like there feels like a trepidation to just drop things into shadow and black. Like there's so much in this first page that just it feels like it wants to just be balanced a little bit better. When you're looking at, and I'm assuming you're looking at a reference for this, but sometimes, and even if the reference kind of is more like this, and I'm just kind of being off about it, it's the time to kind of, separate from the reference a little bit and knock some things into shadow, because what it wants, because of the beautiful opaque white of the spatter mid-tone and then this depth of the black, what it wants is to be deep, and it's unfortunately it's shallow at the moment, and that's like, it just like there's none of these elements that seem to commit. If you're going to have some smoke covering this whole side of them here, at some point near the bottom of the image, in the bottom left of the image, you're going to have that really out, like blow it out, like let the smoke let the smoke be opaque and then fade into him, and then let that smoke, fade into black. Right now, it just needs work on getting that fade to happen. Like, I see it wants to be there, but it's just gonna take some, one of my favorite phrases, it's just gonna take some push and pull. You're going to go in with the black and you're going to kind of clean it back out with the white. Then you're going to add some spatter, and then you're going to kind of go in some white and some more. And then that's going to not be right. And then you're going to have to go back in, and welcome to art. That's pretty much it. And the suit is like I said, I like so much of the rendering on the suit. The face is awesome. I'm down, it's very fun and it's lovely. But there's something that just flattens out when it comes to that suit, and I think it's just so much line, and you can just knock some of those into just solid black, and I think it'd be great. I'm going to go on to 2. Dude, again, I honestly, like, when I think of these guys, what do they call them? Something morphs. I mean, other than aliens, but I just this is awesome. The only thing, when I think of these things, though, I just think that they're these buggy black shadows that are shiny, and so this may just be an aesthetic thing for me, but I would have just knocked so much of that thing into black. That said, the rendering is awesome. Like, it's not like you would drop it into black to hide anything. There's always that. There's a classic comic book phrase, when in doubt, black it out. But there's no doubt here. It's a solid drawing. Period. It's a solid drawing. Anything I would have on this would just be stylistic, would just be aesthetic, like the dropping things into black. Like I feel like there's this wonderful tale that really just wants to be in our face, but it's not. And so if you wanted it to be in our face and really give that kind of more a 3D, a deeper effect, start knocking in those blacks behind it. Give us some shadow back there. Give us some solid black shadow that our eye in the background can lose that figure just as this thing's coming up at us. And it's going to be wonderful. But that's if you want that thing. I think it's a solid drawing. I think it's awesome anyway. You just sell that as a print. All right, I'm going to 3. Xenomorphs. Thanks, Jason. Jason Flowers, also an awesome artist. Dude, I just like these. I like your style. I like your approach with this stuff. I like your choice of spatter. I like, these are all great. I'm a skull guy. I tend to have to draw a lot of them, and I tend to like them. And so I get a little lost on. These kind of not the. I don't personally think they're the best skulls. And it's weird. Like you're like, but I have Lemmy right here in the foreground, and but. Yeah, you'd be a lot happier if those skulls were tighter. I know that just sounds like kind of like sometimes you get the foreground stuff done and you're like, cool, I can kind of knock out this background. I can move this along and imply it. And it's cool that there's skulls back there. Like that. There's something really lovely that like guys like Mike Mignola do. And, he would put every one of those skulls back there. And the thing is like, you wouldn't lose the focus on dude, but you would just have a creepier, more metal kind of a thing to just see these skulls. Like, let's have them. And it's going to give this background more depth, and that's going to put him more forward. Everybody wins. The whole effect on the fingers on the guitar, I am going to rip you off. I'm just letting you know, I think that's brilliant, and I'm going to do it. That's lovely. And then if we just went stylistic or a little picky, I would drop some of that shirt into black, the stuff that's in the shadow, let it just fall back a little bit. But yeah, I would just say, honestly, the rendering of those skulls, and then maybe that hand to touch, but that's, again, I don't know how much of that stuff is helpful critique versus, nitpicky stuff. Like, the hand got a little wonky, but again, everybody has days where the hand gets a little wonky. That said, everything is solid. Everything is where it should be. And the drawing is confident. It just kind of, what can you improve on? Like for I can only comment kind of on the work that you're doing. It's different than the work I do. So it's not like I can be like go a certain path. Or I don't quite know necessarily what your goal is. I can only give you the things that looking at your stuff and liking your style, I can only tell you things that I would have liked to have seen without you diverging from your style, which again would be, let's have that background, let's just focus a little bit on the depth of the whole piece, because everything gets a little flat. And I guess, and that's what I've been talking about this time. Like, everything is things want to, your work is dark, be dark, throw in the blacks, like, and page 1, let the dude's suit fall into black and become solid. In page 2, let the xenomorph, thank you, Jason, let that body, let that rib cage and stuff, let that fall into shadow so that tail can come and scare the hell out of us. Like, your work has the potential, and it looks like it has the desire for depth, and you're just not getting it quite there yet. And a lot of it is like I said, for the xenomorph, I would knock in some blacks in the background and on the arms and legs and stuff. And so that way you could allow the arm to be a plane in and of itself, and then you could allow the tail to be a plane in and of itself. Then you get this nice full image. And then on the third one, I think he's great. I would knock in some of his shirt in black just to kind of solidify him. I love the extra stylization of the hand on the guitar. It's really lovely. I think I want you to I want that text off of there, because I think it's this lovely final thing. This is this thing we don't see in any of the other pictures. So it's this great, your eye goes straight down to it. It ends there. It's lovely. What we're missing is, I want to see those skulls tighter, because tighter skulls is going to make that a more solid foundation right behind him, and that's going to just help your different tones. Like, you have your spatter tone, you have this white mid ground, and then you want some really solid drawings of those skulls fading into this kind of spatter black, so then dude can take the foreground. Love it. I think it's all cool, man. Thank you. All right. Last but not least, we have Raymond. Raymond Estrada. Let's go ahead and go through the pages and come back. Hi, Raymond, and everybody. Let's just go through it. This is cool. I love black. I love black and white sequential pages. What do you keep in mind when experimenting with non-traditional panel layouts on a page? Always, 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 does the storytelling work? Am I trying to be extra clever, or does this actually punch in a way that is going to benefit the story? There's a lot of over stylized stuff, especially there used to be, and it's just, you just get lost in it. I love experimenting. This is some Eisner stuff right here. Like, thinking about, could this be open? Does this need a panel border? And not just can this and will this, but like, would this benefit? Would this somehow get it a little bit clearer and a little bit cooler in the mind of the reader? And that's always, and again, like, I imagine when I turn a page, what I want to see. And I love, I still go back and look through all of my Eisner books, because I just love the storytelling and the experimentation he was doing. It's incredible. I want to bring more of that into my stuff. But as far as what you're thinking about, no matter what, does it serve the story? And does it help you with the storytelling? That's it. If it doesn't, and it's just a thing, sometimes you can get away with it. But if it hinders it, then cut it. This is awesome. And then there's a certain realness in your work and I always say it this way, because I don't know if someone has a certain level of cartooning they want to include in their work. But I'll say right now, it looks like it wants to be more realistic. And I think right now, what I see is just that little more time in the figure drawing. Yeah, I'm digging the storytelling. I like the choices. I think the page layout is cool. I see what you're talking about. I like the different tiers coming down for the panels. The focus on the good choice with I like the photo of the window. You blended the two really well. They don't really fight each other. You actually take a minute to notice. And that's great. Even the textures at the end, the spatter, like I think your finishes are on point. I think it's just, I think it's more work, on the figure drawing. I like your choices on ink. I like your choices on shadow. You're giving a lot of great background details. So a lot of it is just going to come down with, as frustrating as it sounds, it's drawing. And because the stuff looks cool. Page 2. Yeah, man, same thing. Like I like where you're coming from when it comes to these pages and the storytelling. I love your use of the TVs as just straight TVs. Still, great details showing what's on the laptop, on the panel, on the middle panel. Then we're back into dude. This is wonderful. I like your storytelling. I like your choices of where to spot blacks. Your composition. It's just the figure drawing and some of it is a bit off, and I think that just might be taking more time, or just fill in those sketchbooks of just figure, and then it just naturally it'll just get tighter. It'll get tighter and tighter, and because your work is really fun, that'll happen. This is already great. Page 3. I love it. Dude, we had a good portfolio day today. This is so we do get in the final page. There's a little stiffness from, and again, always could very well be wrong, but it feels like there's a little bit too much of a was it relying on the photo reference? You're staying a little too close. The figures get a little stiff and out of place. Like the poses themselves are perfect. They match the scene. They match everything about it. And this is what I was trying to explain to someone earlier, is that, all right, once you kind of have that figure, now think of yourself really seeing that panel finished. Like that you didn't draw. It's just you came across this panel. Like, you want to see more energy in that dude running in the biggest panel. You want to see that guy in panel 1 really, flying back. Right now, they're all kind of composites. And so what we want to do is just make them a scene. And dude, I'm guilty of it. Sometimes we're hitting deadlines and I'm just like, I drew it right. So, and then you have to kind of leave it. But essentially, no, like we can draw things right, but we want to really drive the point home. We really want to make it energetic and kinetic. And when I can see like a direct photo thing, it stops the energy and it kind of flattens things for me for a moment. It doesn't mean that I like the person's ability to draw or render any less. It just means that as a story, I got flattened out a little bit. I love your choice in the largest panel of the loose drawing. That might actually be one of my favorite things that I've seen. Like, and I don't mean that. I hope that doesn't sound like, because I truly love that drawing. You have a solidity. I want to consider just loosening up a little bit, too. You have a solidity in that foreground figure that also has a looseness and a thing I'm digging on. Like, I really do. I really like that, the drawing of that foreground figure. I've had to do that myself. Like, you got to get caught up in getting something right and getting something, on a certain level. And then you kind of forget like the fun part of it, like the absurd part of it, that you don't have to stick to a photo because it's comics. You can exaggerate and pull and push and no one's going to know anything. And that's, that's what I try to like. And oftentimes I'll pencil my work at the end of the day so I can ink it the next day. What that does is give me an entire night to let the work digest and come back to the next day ready to ink with like, oh, that one's way too stiff, and I can ink it with more energy. So one of my suggestions is think of it that way, like pencil your page the day before and then start your day inking the next day. Gives yourself some time to really think on it and see how you really want to finish that page. And you can still stick on a page a day deadline that way. I think that'd be just about it. So much of your stuff. I recommend getting a studio space. For me personally, getting my office was more of I work a lot right now, and I need that in order to come back fresh the next day, in order to do my best work and to start killing it. I need to get away from it. I used to just have my work in the living room, and so it was always there reminding me of unfinished stuff. So if that starts to bug you, then yes, absolutely get an outside studio space. If you're just in it right now, like I used to be, and just 24/7 and years of having my studio as a part of my living room or my house, then it's just how you feel. Like it benefits me to be out of because I have a family. It benefits me to deal with the chaos of what I do away from the home, and then come home and be a husband and dad. so I need that separation. So if you need it, then there you go. I used to not need it, but now I'm getting older. But yours, like you said, your stuff is really just more focused on some figure drawing. I dig it. I dig a lot of it. All right. I hope that was okay. This is new for me. I know I kind of started off a little nervous, but I'm going to be reviewing people for the next 3 days. So thank you guys for submitting. Thank you for letting me look at your work. Thank you for inviting everybody to look at your work. I thought it was beautiful. I'm really honored that you care enough about my opinion to send in work. And thank you. I guess we're going to come back after a brief break for our first art demo. Cool.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Thank you for coming back. Where did we? Oh, 1 second. There we go. So, time to start the live art demo. I'm kind of just raring to go. I'm in a different place because I tend to not sit while I work. So I'm going to kind of get up in your face a little bit. But so what we're going to do is start off our first commission, which is going to be Delirium from Endless. And there we go. We're going to jump right in so I can adjust the page. Let me see. We don't need this nonsense in the way. There we go. All right. The problem with all these cameras and stuff, you get all these cords. So I've already just kind of started knocking in some kind of figure for her. This is this loose and, you know, loose and starty as a stage as you can get. I don't know. I'm gonna kind of just work, and if you guys want to comment. But for the most part, I'll kind of explain things kind of as I'm going. But if there's anything I do that you would like me to stop and explain, then I'm down. Just throw a comment in the comment section. That would be good. So, Delirium, all the Endless guys are always fun. They're all kind of, you know, abstract versions of real people. My favorite Endless, honestly, is oh no, and I'm gonna totally forget the name. The the biggest one, Despair. Despair is kind of my favorite one to draw. She's really kind of nothing but shapes, you know. And it's just kind of, I feel like anybody that draws Despair kind of gets the chance to get their Lucian Freud on for a moment. So really, I'm going to try not to get too much of my face in the camera, but who knows? You guys could just watch art and a whole lot of nose. So the way I actually work, and thank you guys so much for joining us for this thing, joining us, you know, for joining me on doing this thing. I really missed the idea of doing shows this year, and I really wanted to still kind of at least closely have one. That's why I wanted all of this kind of live stream interactive stuff. Because I wanted it to feel like a show. So I'm really thrilled that you guys took time out of your day. I know they're doing some really fun stuff with, there's the Eisners and stuff happening. I know Todd has a documentary coming out tomorrow. Congrats, sir. Well deserved. And you know, the nice part about online is that you can kind of, you know, maybe not live, but you can kind of do all of those things. You can go back and revisit the video and see how it happened. So even if you're joining me in a future broadcast because you didn't make it, I appreciate you coming back. And typically, while you're working at shows, you're never going to get away. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but you're never going to get away from talking to people or people coming up to your table. So you kind of get into a habit of kind of talking drawing. But either way, this is kind of a fun one. And this is all, like, I know day one, it definitely some nerves and some kinks. But I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I want to thank my partner here at the studio, Nicole, for manning the everything and making this look, making this potentially make me look cooler than I really am. Thank you, Doomfruit. I'm just gonna leave that one right there. That was funny. But no, I want to thank Nicole for making all of this stuff happen. Like, all of a sudden, my office has become a small broadcasting studio, and it's kind of neat. AJ Celebrity Work was wondering, when you do comic pages, do you concentrate on the figures first and then the backgrounds? Second, thanks for your wisdom. When I am first laying out pages, I'm thinking of the whole thing. There is no figure first, background later. It's what is the scene? And like, I mean, really, like a friend, my buddy Sherrard, who will be a guest on this, kind of just told me one day, he's like, draw to what the panel tells you. So you can't just say it's the figures first or background first if it's two people talking. It's, you sometimes during the conversation, there's a moment where they're kind of saying something and you want some extra time and space. And all of a sudden the background is going to take a place and they're going to be really, really tiny in the background. So really, it just really depends on what's going to be the strongest panel in that moment to tell the story. I'll admit, sometimes it's really fun when you get, like when I'm working on Philadelphia, it's really fun to get these pages where it's like splash page, vampire kills this guy. I'm like, huh, okay, that's going to be all figures. So I enjoy drawing figures more, but I'm finding ways to enjoy drawing backgrounds more, just because I'm really doing a lot of comics this year, and my biggest goal is to enjoy as much of it as I can. I technically, if it wasn't for everything happening, I'd be here anyway, just 2.5 hours south. Thank you so much for joining me. It's not like there's any shortage of content on YouTube, so I appreciate that you're sharing your time with me. So everything is kind of knocked in, ugly and knobby, and then I kind of go sometimes. If you were around earlier and you heard me talking to Mahfood, we talked about drawing straight to ink and worshiping at the ground of Sienkiewicz and that stuff. And that's absolutely the case. And sometimes, and oftentimes, people's commissions are that they're straight ink drawings. These are getting pencils, for lack of a better phrase, or lack of a better way of explaining it, nerves. So as I get comfortable, I'm sure probably like tomorrow or Saturday, I'm probably just going to start knocking stuff in straight ink and going nuts. You're welcome, say. I find sound effects are always important when working. And looks ugly, but we will fix it later. Everything hard today is done, so it's time to kind of just relax a little bit and do some drawing. So I really appreciate it if you guys want to stick around and watch this. And if anybody who knows my work, knows there's a certain level of realism. So there is another tablet. I had an eraser under something. There is another tablet that has my photo reference on it. And like, pardon me, like Mahfood and I were discussing, you just kind of, the goal is to use the photo reference as a jumping off point, never to be beholden to it. So you just basically are doing a stiff photo. You use photo reference because it has information that your mind doesn't have. We tend to have a vocabulary when we draw out of our head. Like, for the most part, we know what a face looks like, a mad face, the shadows on a face. We know, that kind of a thing. But when I use photo reference, especially, I use photo reference so much in my comic work because the individual's faces, the facial expressions that someone who's not me is going to make, and then the certain light or something where I hit it, and then like I just really get to play with it for a moment. I hold the light, and then I'm shooting the reference for each shot. And when I get to draw that, it keeps it interesting even for me, because it's not like, here's this guy again. Like, no, here's this face I've never drawn, and it keeps me interested. But then also I really like realistic. Like, as far as me doing it, I like all kinds of work. I love abstract, I love comic, I love pop, I love, I try not to limit myself. But Venti Red, I say. Jim's good people. I miss Jim. That's the one thing that's truly missing with this online convention during Comic-Con season, is I can't look over and see Mahfood putting some weird amount of gouache and chemicals all over his pieces and spattering things and doing all sorts of manic stuff, and then making me feel like a wuss. So then I have to start pushing my work. What did Crosland say? What was he doing? They are. They absolutely are. I don't think, I know Endless has this kind, or Delirium has this kind of I think it has like a tank top and some punk rock stuff, but I don't think she has really rules in her attire. Look at this going clean off I'm a bad professional. What's going on? There you go. So oftentimes you'll get lost in rendering a thing. You're like, oh, I'm getting this leg. Oh, I'm going, you just kind of enjoy the creation of it. Like you're having fun getting these wrinkles and getting these shapes in. Then it's really important. Like what I just do now is to step back and kind of squint and make sure, I'm always kind of standing back and rechecking myself, making sure that things are proportions are the right size. The composition still works, that kind of a thing. So, but sometimes you can just kind of get lost in just in the act of rendering. What detailed advice can you give that improves the chances of your book being greenlit? And after it's greenlit, what typically are the next steps? Thanks for doing that. Your book being greenlit, I'm assuming since most of my books are currently coming out through Image, you're talking about through those guys. In regards to Image Comics, there we go. What was it? What was the steps to getting a book greenlit? Sorry, Nicole, can you show me that one more time? It improves the chances of your book. Okay. It's funny. I think someone asked earlier about books, about that kind of a thing, about if there's anything beyond a book being good that can help your chances. And essentially, Jim Mahfood and I, we kind of stumbled. Like there are a couple of like, networky, schmoozy, like really getting to try to know people in the business. But for the most part, if your book's a knockout, it gets attention, and specifically, through Image, they've got good people looking out for these titles, and I genuinely think they spot. At least I hope they spot the good ones because they keep spotting our stuff. So I think honestly, there's no magic way to it. It really is one kind of garnering a reputation helps, a resume. Honestly, it doesn't hurt you going in that someone would recognize a certain amount of work you've done and that you produce regularly. There's nothing it feels to me like there's nothing that calms an editor more than having someone who they know stays on deadline. So being a proven professional, I'm sure a lot of stuff didn't hurt. Not only that I did Spawn for 2 years, but like that I did Spawn consistently for 2 years. I think we might have gotten late once or twice, but that's in 2 years. And so that kind of a reputation of he can get the work done on time helps. That's all I can think of as far as like things that could just get you, it's just got to be a good book. I don't even know what, honestly, she's wearing, so we're just going to go full bore with it. Why not? We're living in crazy times. We might as well make some crazy art. Well, this was like a weird Venom situation. Never not gonna like putting bolts on things. It's like those 90s guys putting pouches on everybody. I will put bolts on anything I can put a bolt on. Ever thought about how consistent your work is for the quality you put out every issue when some artists have trouble putting out 6 issues in a year? What? Thank you. That's one of those where my wife would yell at me and just say thank you. Because you try to backtrack out of all these. Thank you. That was very humbling. Thank you. I wanted to test it. I wanted to see if I could do it. I've never done anything beyond a miniseries before that run on Spawn. And I knew I really wanted to build a bigger fan base and really be on a monthly book and have a body of work. And I was elated that body of work was to be on Spawn. And so, yeah, Shannon Bailey, the production coordinator, she had to put up with a couple of very, very long weekends and nights. More than a couple, but making sure I hit deadline and got the book out. But essentially, it's a lot of something else clicked in me. I'd never had the interest to do that before, and I kind of wanted something to kind of I don't know. There was something I really needed to do to stay on. A book for that long that kind of had a readership and which it does. I mean, obviously it does. And it was really just thrilling and wonderful timing that it happened to be the run would be at the same time the whole historic 301 and all of that hit. That was just awesome. So where are a lot of you guys watching this from? If you're down, throw something in the comments and let me know where you're hitting us up from. What? Oh, nice. Argentina, hello. Doom Fruits from Portland. Awesome. Thank you. Hey, man. I miss seeing you at the show at ECC. Oops. Guys, I'm not even gonna lie. Since I've been working so much digitally, there's been at least twice during this drawing that I've tried to double tap my drawing to undo what I just did. That's a little embarrassing. Oh wow. Well, hello, Ireland. He'll be with us tomorrow. Oh no, a portfolio review. No, I'm just playing. I'm a sweetie pie. All right, Jason, quit screwing around. My southern brethren. I was told that some of you guys have stuck around since the beginning, and I can't thank you enough. That's pretty awesome. There we are. Like, where's that neck? I like some of these icons that pop up. You guys, the name. Where are we going here? Oh, we're going here. Jump, jump. Oh man, no worries. Thank you. I because I'm doing this, I read that as it's been very cold today, and I was like, oh. But no, yeah. Thank you, man. I get to draw. You know, it might be a little nerve wracking doing it in front of all you guys. It's no, I guess it doesn't feel any different than if I was at the show anyway. I know you use your tablet overhead for your camera. I'm actually using my phone for the overhead shot, that one, and my tablet, one of my tablets for my that one. So if my wife Nora is watching, that's why I haven't answered the phone. And the I don't want that leg way over. That is that feels better. Yep. Junk. Where are we in here? 3. Okay. We're not doing bad on time. We're gonna first see if I can draw any kind of fish without reference. No, don't just disregard that fish right there. Blub, 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 blub. Yeah, you had to throw in a couple of them. 2, 3 is all you get. No. Actually, no, there is a project I'm going to do that's going to be a Patreon project. But as far as my just having a page, what I was primarily offering on there were portfolio reviews, and I would show videos of me drawing and stuff like that. And so I just decided that I would rather just do those things anyway and put them on YouTube for free. And the goal is to do more videos and even more like occasional portfolio reviews because, you know, why not? Let's all make some art and some comics and help each other out. these things constantly flow and change and become different things, especially if it's a character that just has, you know, very few rules. You know, you kind of have your idea. You start off with like, okay, here's the character pose, and then you kind of, I don't know. Sometimes you're fortunate enough to really get into it, and you start adding things and doing your own little. Right now, get out of there. Sometimes you're just going to get stuck for a minute. He's a kooky bird, this one. Do you sometimes have to go to actor to actress use for reference? Have to go to actors and actresses for the reference, I think. Absolutely. like if there's another huge benefit to living in LA, is that actors are way better than models. No offense to models. I've just had for the majority of my stuff, I've had better luck with actors, because my goal isn't to study the form and the figure. My goal is to have someone emote, to give me real, like, and so I found comedic actors even to be some of the best, because those guys can really just give it to you. And in comics, especially, you just want to exaggerate and blah. And I've had the best luck with actors. Talk about giving you something that you just really want to draw and that you really want to kind of expand on. And if you get a chance to read Philadelphia, the book I'm currently doing with Rodney Barnes, you'll get to see a whole like that. These guys just so many expressions, so much real emotion that I try to capture. All right, Jason. Thank you. It's been great to work on. All right. Now we just kind of get into some nuts and bolts. Bolts. Sorry. No, that was probably loud in the microphone, but I'm always gonna laugh. I'm always gonna laugh at like dad joke puns. Even before I was a dad. This is another reason I prefer to be predominantly ink. It's because pencils are messy. You just go ink, you don't have to erase nothing. Sorry about that. All right, let's get into it. This is normally the stage of a convention where I would look up and see one or two people watching and have to explain that if they wanted to know anything, they should just ask. You tend to just get lost in the work sometime. Oh no. So much of this is just decision making at a certain point. Once your drawing is fairly, solid, it's just how do you want to render, how much information you want to put, how much weight do you want to put in this particular part, and when to pull back, when to really go heavy with the stuff, lines, texture. The pen that I'm using for this one, this piece so far is called the Parallel pen, Parallel, and Pilot makes it. You can get them on Amazon or they've become quite popular. So I think most art stores now have them. Well, sorry. Okay, Amazon. Not running out to the art stores, I guess, right now. It's a calligraphy pen. And we discovered if you use it very, very, very wrong, then it kind of mimics a quill. So I always kind of refer to it as my mobile quill. And the ink of it is actually not waterproof. That's why you can smudge it, and that's why you'll see later I'll hit it with water, and the black actually pulls this kind of blue color. It's really kind of lovely. But there's sometimes when you don't want to do that because you'll get smudges and all that. So I found that I think it's pronounced Col Noir Rapidograph ink. You can refill these with that ink, and it doesn't clog the pen. And then you're drawing with the same pen, but it's waterproof. Then, because this stuff you can't put things like watercolor or gouache on top of it. There's something with the non-waterproof ink, man, it's going to bleed through every time. So I tend to have doubles of each pen, one with waterproof, one with non-waterproof, in case I want to paint over it. The strangest, funniest convention. I am always envious of Mahfood, Jim Mahfood, because he tends to get the weirdest requests for commissions, like the weirdest ones. And I only preface it with that because it was through him that I got one of my weirder ones, which I believe was a skeleton riding a magic carpet through space. And I tend to think that was one of the more unique ones. When you're on Spawn, did you ever have a mental bucket list of things and characters you wanted to do and put your spin on? Yes. And I did every one of them. The nice part is I really did every one of them. I had no idea that Todd was going to be bringing everything back like he did. And so then when he told me that I would be doing the undead versions of like all of these classic, the Cygor and the Freak and all of that, I was just like, I'm done. Like 1993 Jason just rolled over. It was like, it was too much. So no, I got to pretty much knock everything off my bucket list with Spawn. That has nothing to do with the fact that I would still love to revisit that character again. And again, I used to, when I started this, I would keep my reference like taped or something right here, just, I didn't want to go too far from it. I wanted to see all these details. I wanted to, make sure I got it right. And now I tend to, like, I have my reference on a tablet kind of far away. And yeah, you can zoom in and you do for details, but for the most part, I tend to try to keep my reference further from me. So I'm not doing that. I'm not just scrutinizing it. I get the feel of it. I know what I'm drawing. I still, I don't ever really want to lose, you know, I would actually like to incorporate maybe even a little bit more of cartooning into my work, but I don't ever want to lose that natural energy of drawing. I don't want to always just I don't want to get stuck in photos. This is also like regular Comic-Con because I normally listen to music while I work, but I don't do that at conventions because I don't want to be the guy who doesn't talk to people at conventions.
Does that pen have as far as pressure?
This Nicole just asked about the pressure sensitivity of the pen. I don't know if anyway. It's I've broken them a lot, so I guess they're a little stiff. They're a little stiff, but the thing is that's where the fact that they come in different sizes helps. This is the biggest one that they do, and it feels like it's somewhere around 1/4 of an inch wide. And I just like it because of the diversity. You can pop it on its corner and get these little tiny lines. And then you can just go all over the place with it. But there's sizes that go down from there. So you don't always have to just smash your, But and they all come in different colors, but there's kind of like a mid-yellow size that's a really good one. Pilot really should have paid a lot of comic book artists because we did a lot of free pushing for their stuff. It's a good pen. My little feathering noises. It's going to make it harder to go back to the tablet. You just get used to it. I draw on very toothy, very hard to draw on watercolor paper. So essentially, like, every drawing I do is just a fight, like with tools, with everything. It's just, but on the other side, I tend to just get distracted. There's a lot of ADD happening there, and so there's the artist Marshall Arisman, who did these really wonderful drawings with clipped up pieces of hair combs. And he would dip the 1-inch pieces of hair combs into the ink and then get these really amazing lines with it. And he said basically, and he uses things like brayers, small rollers and stuff like that to do these large drawings. And one of the reasons he gave was that it forces you to pay attention. When you're using something atypical to get something out, you have to pay attention. You don't ever just get to sit there and like let your pen glide along a thing. Like everything has to be intentional because everything is harder. Not that that's words to live. Not that everything should be harder in your life, but that's where I tend to love going straight ink a lot of times because it just forces me to pay attention. Not that you guys won't see tons of errors and and see my actual undo button. You practice a lot of drawing animals sidebar. My hair's so cool. I did do studies of them. I did do studies of animals when I was drawing both the polar bear and Cygor. But admittedly, one of my favorite animals ever is gorilla. So I've kind of been drawing Cygor my whole life. Not much. I just really enjoy drawing animals. As much as it would be cool to see you draw more spawn, I would want. Me too. And that's why that ain't happening just yet. And yeah, I've had a whole lot of like times when I thought that the timing was going to work out and I could jump back on Empty Zone. And I hate that I would get online and be like, I'm going to start it again. And it didn't happen. Then lately, then enough time had passed where it was like, well, how do we bring this back? And still continue it and blah, blah, blah. And so it took a minute. And now I have a solid path for Empty Zone to reemerge and stick around as an ongoing book. And this is all in plans for next year. So next year should be a whole ton of Philadelphia and Empty Zone. Inking. Inking is texture. It's just, there's something dramatic. It's dramatic as hell. It's bringing life, bringing that full life to your drawing, to the comic book stuff. I love it. Like she doesn't even, I don't even think she wears crap like this. I'm just talking. The pressure to switch to digital for drawing comics? Is there? No. I only did it because it allows me to work anywhere. So we have two children, and so if I need to go home and work, I can do that so easily and have basically every one of my tools at my disposal digitally. And honestly, I've drawn comics, the same way, and I love ink. Nothing. I don't think anything's ever going to stop my love of ink. But I've drawn comics the same way for 20 years, and so I'm genuinely, I'm excited. I'm playing with this new medium, and I just never, I'm excited that I have a new medium to play with, and so I'm enjoying digital, and just experimenting and seeing what's there. And now I've kind of introduced myself to digital. I've been incorporating more traditional work along with it because I love to find a balance. I love that both can complement each other. But no, there's no pressure. It's just, honestly, it's a time saver. I can do, I can have all of my gouache and whiteout and spatter and ink all in one pen, just switching tools. And it just allows for faster work when it comes to deadlines. And so it is enjoyable, but for me, I don't think anything beats this business. No. Let's add fun stuff. Let me see. We're going to do that one. who would be your biggest influence? So, fine art and comics. That's like a whole other convention right there. I genuinely I love everything. I love aspects of just about everything. I think that's one of the more enjoyable but frustrating things about my work is that I feel like even though I feel like I have a good amount of resources to pull from, I feel like I always want to add everything. Like I want to add, I want to find ways to add Cy Twombly and Lucian Freud into comics. I want to find ways to add Kelly Jones into fine art. Like I want to do it all. But I do see, but it is good to have like influences all over. Like I do still see in a lot of black and white abstract texture-y things in my backgrounds. There's still like some Franz Klein and I'm still paying attention with those guys. My figure work, it hasn't always been that way. But I say more recently, within the last, I would say maybe 5 years, have been artists like Kathy Kollwitz and Edward Tooney, and artists like Rico LeBrun, and basically a whole lot of draftsmen actually, or people that worked in ink and in charcoal. That kind of work. Francis Bacon has always just been, one of the top tier influences on my work. I learned most of when I first started really getting work and doing things. I learned most of my stuff at that point from one of my biggest influences, Kent Williams. We shared a studio together. He did a really great book from Marvel called Havoc and Wolverine Meltdown, among other books like The Fountain with Aronofsky and stuff like that. But anyway, we shared a studio, and he was everything at that point that I wanted. Like he did fine art and comics, and I loved his work. And so I learned a lot of my first process stuff was all him. Like, learning his processes, and that was great because it gave me a really fantastic window, into that world. And finally, after a while, you start learning your own. Because I was definitely he was a major influence. Where he was like, I tell people Tom McFarlane was the first artist that I ever aped, and then Kent was one of the last. But he but yeah, absolutely. His work was hugely important to me, and with and a lot of the North Carolina guys at the time, George Pratt, as well, just huge. Scott Hampton, but yeah, comics. Everybody. But if it's more of like if you had to go on a desert island, what comics would you take? And it would be things like Will Eisner and The Crow and stuff like that. And then, fine art. It's just, it's all over the place. I'm a huge fan of de Kooning. I'm a huge fan in contemporary art. I'm a huge fan of artists like Jenny Saville. Mostly, figurative, but still people that like to tread that line between abstract and figurative and representational. What program do you draw? Procreate. I found that it just is the most instinctive and works the best for me. You would stay like that. Is it ever truly where you got the idea to do the spattering for shading? George Pratt, actually. So a little bit of both. George introduced me. George was doing some amazing work like that and doing these wonderful print images, these World War I things. And then he showed me Tooney, and yeah, this was in 2002, and I had played with that, and when I was introduced to his work, I loved it. It blew me away. But it wasn't necessarily the spatter. I love the spatter and the texture, but it's Tooney's drawing. It's these big knobby hands. It's these big weighted figures. Same reason I like Kathy Kollwitz, honestly. Like these big, like I don't know. You guys Google Edward Tooney. But it's just this big weighted drawing figures. That's what got me. And then there was an Inktober book I did in 2015, and it was the first time I was like, what if I really just experimented with that myself? And that's when I really kind of took off. It worked, and it became kind of intuitive, and I just started using it ever since. I'm just adding the spike things. Why not? blame Todd. Blame the Spawn influence. I'm putting spikes on everything. Oh, no, thank you. I don't know what to say to that. Thank you. Where are we at with time, Miss Nicole? All right, it looks like we're probably going to just burn through one commission on camera. But tomorrow, I'll show you guys all the commissions that were done for this day. And then hopefully I'll be a little bit more relaxed and warmed up, and we'll crank out 2 of them tomorrow. The benefit is that we're still shooting video of the commissions that I'm doing that don't make it on the live stream. So you guys will all be able to see all of these commissions. Today there was a John Constantine, there's a Hellboy, there's going to be a Billie Holiday, there's a Spawn one. So, and then we'll show you those tomorrow, and then pretty soon we'll upload some of those. But sorry about the timing today, just kind of got away from me. Oh, that's oh. I'm pretty sure it wasn't audible. It just snapped part of this pen. I'm just too goddamn mean to all my tools. That's why all my brushes are just off-brand cheap brushes, because I'm like a child. You don't give a child nice toys. I'm just gonna break them. And I'm with brushes and all that kind of stuff. I'm just mashed. These things come with little cleaners. Have you ever thought about printmaking? I feel like you could print those you spend on acting. Yes, but I've never done it. I love printmaking. In theory, I love prints. I've even had friends to give me tools to do etchings, and I never seem to get to it. I would love to do a series of monographs. I would love to do some etchings, but I haven't, had the chance. I would love to incorporate those into comics too, because I love there's a certain softness and pressure even when those things are scanned in. It just looks. I love printmaking. It just looks cool. If you guys like printmaking and figurative work, you should check out an artist by the name of Leonard Baskin. And just that alone should pretty much, you know, if the work is right for you, it's going to blow your mind. If it's not, say la vie. But it blows my mind. And great, he was a great printmaker, great draftsman, great sculptor. You're there, you're there, you're there, you're there, you're there, you're not. Big splash pages or panel pages. Believe it or not, I'm a panel guy. Yeah, which is ironic. One of the first guys I fell in love with was McFarlane. He's just big and dynamic, but I loved his storytelling. I like Will Eisner for the storytelling, and I love doing splash pages. But for me, when I'm doing large, big images, that's just one thing. I would just prefer to kind of sometimes just do a piece. I'd rather just do a large ink drawing or a painting or something like that. I really love the panel to panel comic book thing. That looks like it could be a real fish, doesn't it? So on a live stream that you got to look through a bunch of the Baron stories, sketchbooks, and whatnot. What was that like? Should have learned a lot from. Well, what it was like was amazing. I got to meet Baron through a workshop that Kent Williams was doing at Art Center. And we got on really well, and it just so happened that year, in the same year, he lived in San Francisco. I'm in LA, and the person they normally, when they go on this trip, who watches their cat, bailed, and so they asked if I would house sit and watch the cat. So it would be my first trip to San Francisco, and I would be house sitting for Baron Story. And those who don't know Baron Story's work, stop it. Just stop. Just quit with your life. You need to know Baron Story's work. Google the man. He's a master. So I would get to spend 2 weeks in San Francisco and at his house, in which he is being just the most gracious of hosts and awesome of people. Showed me his studio, which had all of his flat files and his sketchbooks and his journals, and he's like, mi casa, su casa, flip through whatever you want. And so for 2 weeks, I got to just gorge on the art of Baron Story and get to see San Francisco, and it was lovely. When I look at someone like Baron's art, I can't necessarily say I learn a lot. I'm just looking at it in awe. I'm just enjoying it. Wow. A little weird curls. Give it a nice little outline. We might keep some of that face in pencil. Yeah. We're going to ink those eyes. The talking part, it's not even for you guys. It would really just be happening even if you aren't here. I don't know if that's the best thing to admit or not. I'm at least going to finish this one, Miss Nicole. It's not far. We're going to start adding some toothbrush and some water here, and we're going to call it a day. You have kept. Yes. Can't you say yes? No. I do. There's a sequence in the first issue of Empty Zone. Or no, there's a sequence in issue 5 of Empty Zone through Image. At the end with her and her ex. And I'm just I'm proud of those pages. And so I've kept those. For the most part, I try not to keep anything. I try to keep less. There would be less artwork of mine in my house if it wasn't for my loving wife. Bubbles, because why not? There we go. Try to make everything as balanced as I can. If I've gotten to just do nothing but make big strokes and big marks on a piece, I know at some point there's going to be a time where I have to chill and bring it in and draw a sweet little eye. But that's the kind of thing I was talking about during the portfolio thing, is balance. Like give us all of it. God damn it, you guys saw that. I'm gonna have to hit that with white. Hopefully that'll be one of those happy accidents. No, we'll leave that pencil. Any painting live streams in the future? Absolutely. Most of my only problem is right now is most of my paintings happen. I guess it may not be a live stream in the future. Most of my paintings kind of happen on covers, and I can't really show a lot of those as I'm working on them. But soon enough, when the old schedule clears a little bit. And I don't know if you're asking if you've seen one before, but I do have a painting that was a live stream. I do have one of those videos on my YouTube page from doing one a while back.
The one that's behind you.
I worked on the painting that's behind me, which was a Spawn painting. Is there anything you can use in place of screen tone? It's cool. It's kind of expensive. I feel like that's a trick question from another friend of mine. There is something you can use in place of screen tone. Well, I use spatter, but I do kind of have a thing. That I'm not going to get into right now, though. I know that might just sound really silly, but I do use screen tone, and I do kind of have an alternative for it. And I'm going to kind of try to introduce that a little bit later. We'll make it a surprise. All right, where are we? Okay. trading art. Traded art with a lot of artists, so I can't answer that question. Why isn't mine your favorite piece? I don't know. Honestly, one of my absolute favorite pieces was a small painting that Baron Story gave me, and I just and I've gotten multiple drawings from him over the years, but that's one of my favorites as far as kind of a trade or a gift or whatever. It's just a water brush. You can find these in most art stores. You just these empty or hollow brushes you just fill with your own water, and so the water is activating the ink. If this were a convention, Jim Mahfood would be beside me asking me if he could hit that now, like with a marker in his hand. And it would be really awesome. That's about it. Okay, there's a lid. Or a cat. Oh, this one has paint in it. Oh, that happens. What's that? Oh, awesome. I can always do them while I'm drawing too. Does the watercolor brush affect the line? What?
Sorry.
The line work? Yeah, well, yes, it pulls the ink from it. So when I'm inking something I know I'm going to hit with some water, you just kind of ink accordingly. I know I'm going to stay outside certain lines, and because I know I'm going to hit, fill them in with water and things like that. But yes, it'll eventually it pulls all of the ink from, the edge, and inevitably will be a lighter, dimmer kind of line. You can always, go back over it and blah, blah, blah. All right. I like paper I use is 400 series Strathmore watercolor paper. You can pretty much abuse the hell out of it. Hey guys, so while this is going, I'm gonna finish up here and hit you up with a few announcements instead of just switching to make it its own thing. I'm gonna keep drawing. While we're here, or throughout the weekend, we're having a big sale on original comic art on my online store at Big Cartel. Let me go ahead and close this down. Just head over to the, there we go, studiojsa.bigcartel.com. There's a ton of pages on there, and we're having a huge 25% off sale. You just got to put in the promo code Comic-Con. Yeah, give it a look. See what you like. But there's a ton of work over there, and 25% off, no joke. And also, we have the Philadelphia store. Yes, we actually have a Philadelphia store. It's on Threadless. There's the website. T-shirts, other thing, we're going to start adding things like mugs and stuff like that. So we're going to have a lot of product, but we've got a lot of T-shirts and a lot of fun stuff right there. And that's all like Philadelphia stuff right now. And another thing we have is the bookstore on my site. Head over to JSA, studiojsa.com, and there you go. And check out, I have a 200-page monograph and 2 show catalogs that we have available for sale on that site. And then last but not least, tomorrow I'm going to be interviewing, or I'm going to be having a chat with Philadelphia co-creator and writer Rodney Barnes. And we're going to do more art demos. We're going to do more portfolio reviews. It's going to be fantastic. Thank you guys so much for tuning into this thing. This is an experiment. We all live in some crazy times right now. And so we're all trying to adapt and figure out how to still make this work for us and how we can still enjoy ourselves like conventions. So I'm really appreciative that you guys have joined in and really showed up for at least my first attempt at a new normalcy. It definitely feels like a regular con. I'm pressed for time. We're about to go. So I'm probably just going to clean up a couple more things here and there. Sure, I'm going to be doing 3 more. You can kind of get an idea of her. There we go. Where'd she go? So, and I'll show you guys tomorrow what the finished product is. I'll be a little faster. Tomorrow. But I think we're going to go ahead and call it a day. Let me sneak down because, like I said, I don't like to draw sitting down. Again, thank you guys. I'm losing my voice, so this is very much like a convention. I appreciate you guys dealing with some nerves and all of that kind of stuff, and I'm really excited to come back tomorrow, making new art, having new conversations with other creators. It's going to be a good time. There you go, man. Thank you, guys.